A pleasant good morning to one and all. Once again from the beautiful island of Barbados. We're here in the south of the island at the Four Square Oval to witness the game today between Australia and the USA. Australia have won the toss and have elected to bat. Just to give you some insights in the games that were played on Wednesday, we had England. They were up against the USA. England posting a score of 238 for 8 in their 45 overs. And in reply, USA, they would go under. They lost. They made 168 for 7 in their 45. We had the West Indies at Pickwick, the same Four Square Oval, which is here. The Windies, they won the toss, elected to bat and posted a score of 250 for 5. The Invitational 11 all out for 102 in 30.3 overs. Then down at BNOC, the rest of the world, they made 46 in 28.4 overs, and Australia made 48 in 12.5 overs. So we're here today to see the game between Australia and USA. Team lineup for Australia: Eric Higgins, Sid DeMello, Stuart Ridge, Steve Moore, Greg Hoysted, Stam Davis, Claude Orlando, Glenn Richardson, King Officer, Peter Miller, Mike Riley, and Alan Bogor. That is the 11. The two opening batsmen for Australia, Alan Bogor and Peter Miller. The opening bowler for the USA, Syed Ahmed Naqvi. As we are about to get on the way, Syed to get us going. In he comes to bowler Alan. Alan is working this one into the leg side. Immediately, the very first ball, he gets going 4 runs. Immediately, Alan goes for Australia, so they're up and going. So Australia winning the toss and electing to bat, and immediately down to business. USA, Wayne Copeland, the captain, Ravi Suri, the vice, as the ball is back with Syed. He's bowling from the vast Burks Drake's end as Alan settles over his blade. In comes Syed, passes the umpire down to board to Alan. Alan is rocked on the pad. Umpire saying not out. So they have 2 slips, a guy at point, gentleman in the covers, a mid on, a mid off, deep mid wicket, man at backward square, and a man at short fine leg. In comes Syed again to board to Bagor, and Bagor is playing this one into the mid wicket region, and they'll come through quite comfortably for a single after a misfield by the young man there at square leg. That looks like Mike Griffith that's Mike Griffith there at square leg. Well, that single now brings Peter Miller on strike. 5 without loss. Still in over number 1. A sunny morning here at the four square oval grounds, beg your pardon. Slight breeze coming across the ground. All sun. Some clouds, but nothing to worry about. In comes Syed to Bota Miller. Miller leaves this one alone, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. So Australia winning the toss, electing to bat. They're 5 without loss. Remember, we have 2 other games for you today as well. I'll get those games for you in a minute. Syed with the ball. And he comes again. Passes the umpire, the ball up to Miller. And Miller is forward. Didn't really get it as he would like. He just hit the toe of the bat and stayed on the pitch. 5 without loss. Run over number 1. In he comes again to bowl to Miller. And Miller's all in behind it. Plays it just off of the pitch on the offside. And there's no run. And at the end of over number 5, Australia winning the toss and batting. They're 5 without loss. Blue Waters. BTMI. What's the one there? Bajan. Bajan's vending. Yeah, I know guys who want Bajan vending. Bajan vending and Atlantic Market. So the big man to pick it up from the alphabetical end is none other than Mike Griffith in the number 4 jersey. Australia be looking to put a big score here on the scoreboard. We saw them in some fine form, knocking over the rest of the world quite early at BNOC on Wednesday. Bowling out rest of the world for just 46 runs off of 28.4 deliveries. And then Australia would chase it down in 12.5. So early there for them. And we were told that after that game, they went straight into practice. Shows how serious the guys are. In comes Griffith to bowl up to Allen. Allen gets one. A no ball signal by the umpire as well. So 2 runs added to the score to push it up to 7. 7 without loss. So we take this time to say a pleasant good morning to everyone over at Blue Waters, Bajan Vending, Atlantic Marketing, and BTMI. Pleasant good morning to the sponsors. Thank you for coming on board. We do hope to see you guys again for sure. In comes Griffith once more to bowl up to Miller. And Miller gets one down the leg side. A white signal right about now. The umpire. Score goes up by 1 more to 8. 8 without loss. We're in over number 2. So not the ideal start that the USA would be looking for, but there's still time for them to correct it, and they will want to do so. In comes Miller to bowl. Griffith. Griffith into Miller. Miller's in behind it and just tucks it into the leg side, and they'll come for one. The first run of the morning for Miller. Score goes up by 1 to 9. 9 without loss. If you're just tuning in with us, welcome. The game here at the 4 Square Oval. It is the USA. They're up against Australia. Griffith, in he comes. Passes the umpire now to bowl up to Bagor. And Bagor's bowled. Bagor goes. I just said they'll want to get into it. And immediately, Griffith replies, taking the wicket of Alan Bagor. The score here now, 9-40 loss.
Maybe 40, 50 runs, but losing an early wicket, that's an early setback. Let's see how they recover from here.
Indeed. Well, we saw them chasing down that meager 46 runs from rest of the world on Wednesday, and they chased it down with just 1 wicket being lost. Not the case here today. USA is striking early, removing Alan Bagor, and he scored 5 runs, was it, Amina? 5 runs? I think it was. 5 runs to Alan Bagor. The score here now, 9-40 loss of 1. The young man taking the wicket, or I should say the big man taking the wicket, is Mike Griffith. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Big Man Cricket over 60s. This is brought to you with the compliments of Blue Waters, BTMI, Bajan Vending, and Atlantic Marketing. Without these sponsors, obviously, we would not have been able to bring this to you. So we take this time to say a special thank you to the sponsors for coming on board. Back to the cricket. Griffith, in he comes. Passes the umpire to bowl up to, looks like Officer. Officer getting one down the leg side or wide. So the score goes up by 1 to 10. 10 for the loss of one. The big man, Mike Griffith, taking the very first wicket for the USA, removing Alan Bogor for 5. In comes Griffith once more, passes the umpire to ball to Officer. Officer gets a delivery right down into the block hole, and he has a shovel because he's digging that one out. Officer. And there's no run. 10 for 1. As you can hear, the Americans, they're chirping in the field. And they will be happy with the removal of Allen, I can tell you that. Ball back with Griffith. He has in a slip, a gully, a point, a cover. In he comes again. Passes the umpire. The ball out to Officer. One that's flighted and just straight onto the leg stump. And Officer was contented to just work it backward the square, and they'll come for 1. One more to score 11 for 1. So I was telling you about this field that Mike Griffith has. He has a slip, a man in gully, a point, a cover, a mid-on, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, a man just in front of square, and a fine leg. That's the field that is set by Copeland, the captain of the USA team. In comes Griffith once more, passes the umpire to bowl up to the big man Miller, Peter Miller, in the number 9 jersey. He's forward and beaten, taken cleanly by the wicket keeper, and there is no run. The wicket keeper being Barlin Gay in the number 11 jersey. Mike at the top of his mark, runs away from it now to bowl in to Riley. Sorry, to Miller, and Miller is playing this one out to mid-off, and there's no run. So at the end of the over number 2, Australia winning toss and batting their 11 for the loss of 1.
And a very hearty start here for the Americans after picking up that wicket there in that over. They'll be happy to have made an early strike and will want to continue to make regular strikes throughout the day. The Australians are pretty much unbeaten in this tournament so far, and so we know that they're not going to come, and being Australians, they're not going to come and not be some level of competitive, especially when it comes to this game called cricket. So the Americans will really have their work cut out, and they'll be hoping that they can make regular strikes throughout the morning period here and can put the Australians on the back foot.
Indeed. Well, the man with the ball back into the attack is Syed from the Vasport Drake's end. Syed Abid Nagdi. That's the bowler from the Vasport Drake's end. In he comes. He's bowling to Officer. Officer getting one that is pitch back. And there, yes, no conversation in the middle of the pitch between Officer and Miller, and eventually they cross for the single. A bit of confusion at one point there between the two. Weren't sure if they wanted to come or go, and in the end they would complete the single. 12 for 1.
I think Officer was thinking that ball had gone through the fielder.
And Kansai to ball to Miller. Miller's all the way forward, bottom part close together, and there is no run. Ball back with Syed. And he comes from the Vasport Drake saying to ball up to Miller. Miller's forward again. Bottom part very close together. And there is no run. Remember, we have some other games for you today as well. Today being Friday, February 3rd. Miller all in behind this one, and there is no run. So down at Wanderers, West Indies, they take on the rest of the world. And at BNOC Invitation 11, they're up against England. All games started at 9:30 this morning. In comes Tabota Miller. Miller's all in behind it, playing it just back into the pitch, and there is no run. Scored them in on 12 for 1. If you're just tuning in, before say good morning to you. In some places it may be afternoon or night. Australia can tell us late hours. Here comes Syed Tabota Miller playing this one onto the leg side. Man from mid wicket will come around to collect, and there is no run. So we've completed the third over of the morning. Australia 12 for 1. Latest score here from the four square oval.
Steady start for the Australians, even though, but they will be a bit, as I said, disappointed that they've lost that early wicket. A chance here for these two to build a tidy partnership. We saw when we were here the other day on Wednesday. It was the West Indies Masters got a good start from Harris and Lawrence, but even though they lost that, as I said, that early wicket, if you could get a nice tidy little partnership, 30, 40 runs, that could still set you up for a pretty competitive total.
Indeed. And they will want to do so as we see the bowler Mike Griffith coming into both offs, and this one spraying down the leg side and a wide signal by the umpire. So one more added to the score, 13 for 1. And like you rightly said, despite the loss of the early wicket, we do believe that the Australians, they will want to buckle down, get a good partnership going to set it up nicely for the back end. As we see, Griffith comes in to both officer looking to work this one just out in front of square, and there is no run.
I don't think there's any power players in this cricket. So, but they still want to, have a plan as to where they want to be at the end of, say, 10 overs.
In comes Griffith again to both officer. Officer leaves this one alone, taken cleanly by the keeper. So, his reaction would suggest that he passed pretty close to the off stump. Griffith walking back, must have a game plan in his head. So far, he's been executing. He's been keeping it very steady, just about around that middle and off stump. And he comes again, passes the umpire once more, to ball up to officer. And officer's forward. A lovely shot by the big man officer. And they'll come down, up and down for 2 as give chase the Americans. That was a lovely shot there by officer. Through the covers in a flash to complete 2. That 2 would take them up now to 15. 15 for the loss of run. We're in over number 4, being bowled by Mike Griffith from the Arthur Bethel end here at the 4 square oval. Australia winning the toss, electing to bat their 15 without loss. Indeed.
Good looking shot there.
Mike Griffith, he's now taken out the gully. In he comes again. Passes the umpire, the ball officer's back and plays it out to the man at point. And at the end of, actually it's not the end, sorry, my apologies. Thought it was the end. 15 for 1 went over number 4, being bowled by Mike Griffith. In he comes again. Passes the umpire to bowl up to officer. Very tall man is officer. A wide signal by the umpire once more. So 16 for 1. It's just straying down the leg side there. I would say good morning to Woody. How are you doing this morning?
Pretty good. It's lovely, good to be here. It's lovely day for cricket, as they say.
Griffith, in he comes again to bowl to officer. Officer working this one into the leg side. It didn't get past the man in the mid-wicket region. And the score remained on 16 for 1. They lost that early wicket. What do you think now will be the mindset of Miller and officer?
I think once they'll try to get up to maybe close to 50 within the first 10 overs. That'll be a good foundation, a good plan. If they can get there without losing another wicket, I think they'll be very happy about that.
In comes Griffith again to bowl up to Offside, gets a full toss, and Offside is on it in a flash. 3 bounces and into the leg side boundary for 4 and a no ball as well. Wow. Oh man is off as well. Officer took that gift and dispatched it into the leg side. He was on it in a hurry. Officer rolling back the years there to latch onto that one. 21 for 1.
Well, as I told you, one thing let's be very clear about this. The Australians are going to be well drilled, and you know, and will play the cricket in that Australian way that we've grown
That manner.
accustomed to. Yeah, that we've grown accustomed to. So you're not going to give them gifts like that and expect that they'll just pat it back to you. So this is going to be a big test here for the Americans to see how they can respond to this challenge.
And it's interesting that you said that one because on the game on Wednesday when they played the rest of the world, they bowled them out for 46 in 28.4 overs. Australia made it a 12.5, and I was told that they went into training immediately after the game.
Very ruthless, very ruthless.
In comes Griffith, the ball to officer, and officers on the front foot and punching. Griffith managed to get a hand to it and trickled it out to mid off, and there was no run. So at the end of over number 421 for the loss of one.
So the Americans will want to come and, as I said, it's not a bad start for the Australians. 21 for one after 4 overs. That's just over 5 runs and over, which is, as I said, about par, about where you want to be in a limited overs game of this length, 45 overs. That's and for this age group, 5 runs and over. It may be a bit stretching it. Yeah, it's probably more than decent.
Yeah, decent.
But the Americans will. This is going to be a big challenge for the Americans to bowl steadily and keep the Australians quiet, because they're going to play very, as I said, very organized and very well drilled cricket.
Well, the captain, Copeland, now he's decided now that he'll put in 2 slips and
And he's just got a forward short leg as well too.
Yeah. In he comes. To pull to Miller going, just chopping this one. This one gets out of part of the bat, and it would run down to third man. The man from point would come around to cut it off, but it would not prevent the 2. Overarm return as well, would he? From Griffith.
I just want to say that. Just watching Miller just hit those 2 runs. Miller looks like he reminds me of Roy Singh from the West Indies, but looks very sprightly for someone who's playing over 60s cricket. So it does tell you that these guys, they're still probably very much still involved. They probably still go out on the weekend and play their club cricket, or even if it's not a club, the let's say the adult club cricket, the competitive at the really truly competitive level, they're probably still very much involved, even in their age group, over 50s, over 60s. As you know, we do have one of those competitions in Barbados, and but a lot of guys still go on a weekend and play in the lower divisions of the BCA club competition.
Yeah.
We saw we talked about Gibbons and Emerson Jordan from the West Indies Masters.
Emerson Jordan looks lovely.
Yeah.
So it's been a change. They brought now the guy from fine leg and brought him to a short third man. Syed to bowl to Miller, and Miller's on the front plays into the cover region, and there's no run. 23 for 1. A very attacking field here by Syed. We want to see what he does with this field. And he comes again, passes the umpire to bowl up to Miller, and Miller's all the way forward and plays it in the outside again.
But let's understand something. Once these guys pull on the Australian colours, at any
Different
level,
attitude.
Yeah, different attitude to anything. Once that name Australia is attached to them, it's going to play hard.
In comes Syed again to bowl Miller. Miller's back. It was a good effort as well. He sort of certain 2. Probably would have been 3. But it was a good effort by, that is Griffith, it looks like. Yeah, that's Griffith there in the point region. Diving away to his left and saving some runs there for his team. 24 for 1. As we say, good morning to everyone around the world. From here in Barbados, the south of the island. In comes Syed to bowl up to officer. Officer is contented to let it go by. Taken by the keeper. Keeper being Barlin Gay in the number 11 jersey. Ball back by Syed. Just about 4 steps from the crease in. He comes past the umpire to bowl up to officer. And officer is in behind it, plays it back down the pitch, and there is no run. So remember that we're here at the Four Square Oval, and the two teams doing battle for you this morning. Australia, they're up against the USA. Australia winning the toss and batting their 24 for 1 at the end of 5.
There's a very strong gale blows across the ground and just cools things down just a bit.
I think that's the strongest we've seen so far already.
Yep. And but no threat of clouds. As I said, this is the time of year when it's not the rainy season, not the wet season in Barbados. It's generally very little rain. You may get a little bit of a sprinkle in the morning, and just before dawn, I guess a bit of condensation taking place. Philip Hackett would have taught me about that, or producer at primary school about condensation and that sort of thing.
I hope you took it in.
I tried to. He was a good teacher. All right, here's Griffith now from the Bethel end, bowling to Miller down the leg side, looking to swing it away, but makes no contact. A wide signal by the umpire. So another extra. That takes the extras up to 7 and the total up to 25 for 1. This is one of the areas that some of the teams will have to pay attention to as they continue on in the competition. The number of wides that they concede. Here is Griffith bowling outside the off stump and another wide signal by the umpire. So that now takes that total up now to 8. 26 for 1. We're in over number 6 of this contest. As Griffith will continue. He's got a slip. There's also a backward point. There's looks like a cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a fielder would perhaps call him a short fine leg. As Miller plays the sideline of the delivery outside the off stump, no shot offered. Ball taken by the keeper, and the score kept at 26 for 1. As I said, lovely conditions here at the Four Square Oval here at in sunny St. Philip Parish in the southeast of the island of Barbados. Miller outside the line, playing forward and sniffing, as they say, having a sniff and deciding that no, that one was a little bit too not one that he wanted to play at, and deciding to just play inside the line and the ball taken by the keeper. It's 26 for 1. Miller there on 4. Officer on 8 at the non-striker's end as Griffith bowls to, and he's bowled him. A lovely delivery from Griffith. You could see maybe it probably got a bit of curve as it as he looked to play into the offside, and so the Australians lose their second wicket. Peter Miller being bowled by Griffith, who's been very accurate. Both wickets he's gotten this morning have been bowled, and the Australians in over number 6, they are 26 for 2.
Well, I can tell you that the Americans, they'll be very happy with the start, Woody. And it's a big difference to what we would have seen them, how they were playing on Wednesday. A more disciplined start here, and they'll be very happy and contented, especially against a team like Australia. That was a lovely delivery there by Griffith. Mike Griffith taking out Peter Miller, who had a very solid defense. The new batsman going out for them now, Sam Davis, in the number 16 jersey. 26 for 2. Australia. Well, the Americans, they'll be very happy with this start. Very, very happy. Can they continue? That is the big question.
Very much so. So they've lost. Ago for 4, been over number 6. Officers there at the non-strikers, and he's on 8, and the total at the moment 26 for 2. The Australia Masters up against the United States Masters here in the big man over 60s Caribbean Cup. Here is Griffith bowling now to Davis. This one is down the leg side and a wide signal by the umpire. This is the third wide in the over. So that's something he's as much as he's been accurate enough to get two batsmen out bowled, but he's still not been he's still giving away quite a bit of number of wides.
I think the angle that he's trying to come in at, trying to bring in.
So he's given away 7 wide so far. As he's in now, bowling a shortish delivery, goes onto the back foot. Davis and plays defensively into the offside. No run, the fielder swoops in from cover. And it's kept at 27 for 2. An aircraft ascends out of Grantley Adams International Airport. That's just about, I would say, a couple miles away from where we are, just over the horizon. If you're watching our broadcast, you might have seen the aircraft take off, but it's just over the horizon for where we are here at the Foursquare Oval as Griffith bowls, and that one heading down the leg side again, and there was Davis looking to swing it away, making no contact. Might have just come off the pad and squared down into the leg side and picked up by the keeper, moving around quickly, and the score kept at 27 for 2. So yeah, Griffith has been a bit naughty. He's conceded 7 wides. He's conceded all the extras in the Australian innings. 7 wides and 2 no balls. Here he is in again now to bowl to Davis on the line of the leg stump. Played away quietly into the onside. Picked up by the fielder coming around from forward the square. And the score kept at 27 for 2 in over number 6.
Yeah, so, this is a very good start here by the Americans. Australia winning the toss and batting there 27 for 2. Both wickets going down to Mike Griffith. Like you said, he's been a bit expensive or a bit naughty, as you said, with the extras, and he'd want to work on that. But I do suspect that the Americans still would overlook it. He's removed Alan Bogor, who we know can hit it a mile, and he can get after the bowler when he wants. And then Peter Miller, who has been agitating the bowlers, has been there as an anchor, kind of just knocking it around and frustrating the bowlers.
Officer it will be. Facing up to Saeed, a delivery outside the off stump. And the no shot offered and it's taken by the keeper. It's kept at 27 for 2. As just continue to talk about how beautiful the morning is. Really lovely weather here this Friday morning. Saeed bowls and Officer plays defensively back along the pitch. The bowler will field. And the score kept at 27 for 2. So, yes, Saeed Abid Natvi as he's in again now, bowling, and Officer's back and slaps this one away through cover. A long chase from the fielder in at cover. I don't think he'll get there today, tomorrow, or even next week. It goes into the boundary for 4. A lovely shot by Officer, who goes into double figures now. 31 for 2 in over number 7.
It was a lovely shot there. It was indeed a lovely shot there by Officer. And he'd want to stay there. Like you said, they need a partnership of about 40 or 50. So that would be the case here.
Here's Saeed once more to bowl to Officer, who drives over the top of a whitish mid-off. This one is going to probably run down the hill and into over the rope for 4. Another good shot there from Officer, playing it over the top. And so he's beginning to the others hold on at the other end and maybe not making the kind of headway that the Australians wanted in this over.
Express himself by opening those big arms. He's going to cause a lot of trouble here for the USA.
This is a correction, 35 for 2. It's 35 for 2 in over number 7 as Saeed is outside the line of the off stump. Officer offers no shot. And what a strange name, Officer. It means that he'll be looking to be in charge here today.
I was told when I inquired about his job, I wonder if he was in law enforcement. Said no,
well, that's what I thought.
A limousine driver is what they told me.
Here is Saeed bowling, And Officer plays it back up the pitch. No run. The end of the over, 35 for 2. Officer there on 16. Davis yet to score. And
Authoritative look.
yes,
Officer stands about 6 feet tall
or more.
or more. But he really is a big man in the number 50 jersey.
And looking to take charge.
Australia would want to have him out there for the entire 45.
Or at least most of them.
Indeed, that would have to be the plan.
It'll be Griffith to continue from the Bethel end, down the leg side again, and another wide will be signaled. So that's his 8th wide and 10
Very
extras.
naughty with these extras, would he?
Definitely. Maybe just trying a bit too hard, as I don't want to say. He probably just need to just take his time, find his range, and then work from there.
Airport is very busy this morning, would he?
Oh, yeah, another aircraft. Looks like a private jet has just taken off. As you watch Griffith in again, bowling outside the line of the off stump and into the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. It remains at 36-1. What fragrances do you, as a man, what colognes? What line of colognes do you like?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm a Perrier type of guy.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to know because just saw some news coming out that Paco Rabanne, who, as you know, is a bit of
That do 1 million line?
yes, as this delivery brings Davis onto the front foot, and he plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Best known for his perfumes and fashion designs, has died aged 88 at his home in France.
Oh, dear.
So, just for those of you who like Paco Rabanne,
I do have a 1 million at home.
I think I have one at home as well too. As Davis drives delightfully out through extra cover. Bit of a misfeel by the fielder in that extra cover. That looks like
I can't see the jersey.
looks like it might have been Surrey, is it? Could have been Surrey. But a single there for Davis. So he's off the mark after a very long time.
Bringing the big man off on strike.
It's now 37 for 2. And Officer is there on 16. Here is Griffith bowling outside the Austin. Officer, look at the cut. Ball taking a meaty inside edge or more meaty bottom edge and bouncing behind the stumps to the keeper. Sorry, to the slip fielder. And it remains at 37 for 2.
Well, remember, we have other games today. Woody, I'll get those games for you shortly. BNOC and Wonders.
All right, we could do that at the end of the over. Keep everybody informed what's going on as we watch Griffith on his way in again now. Bowls to Officer. Settle in the Austin, and that will be called wide. So another wide from Griffith. That takes the extras up to 11. There are now 9 wides and 2 wickets. They wanted to probably get Officer, who seems to be a dangerous character here at the moment, as the batsman is onto the front foot and turning it out into the onside, and there's no run. Officer seems to be looking to live up somewhat to his name and take charge of proceedings. He's played a couple delightful shots, a couple crisp boundaries, so he'll want to stay there for a little while. As Griffith is in now, bowls to him, the real fullish length, and he's onto the front foot and using the wrist and turning it around the corner for a single. Good batting, just rotating the strike at the moment. So he goes up to 17 and takes the total up to 39 for 2 at the end of over number 8.
Indeed. Remember that the games that we have today over at Wonders, West Indies versus the rest of the world, and at BNOC, which is the Barbados National Oil Company, the Invitational 11, they're up against England. So two more games going on for you. Obviously here at the Four Square Oval, it's the USA. They're up against Australia. Australia winning the toss and elected to bat. They're 39 for 2 in 8 overs. In the southern part of the island of Barbados, and like what he rightfully said, some lovely weather up here. Sun is out, the birds are chirping, a nice breeze coming across the ground. A few clouds, but nothing that is threatening. So it's a lovely day here at Four Square Oval. Fantastic day for a picnic as well. So you can pack your picnic bags and head over here to the Four Square Oval and enjoy a good game of cricket. Compliments of Blue Waters, BTMI, Bajan Vending, and Atlantic Marketing.
Number 50. So we have a bowling change.
Chandra.
Trimurti Chandrasekaran.
Yeah.
Just have to get my tongue loose. I have to do a little bit of
Chandrasekaran.
tongue exercises to get. Litteran and all these things. And he has a pretty famous name, Chandrasekhar. And he's just Chandrasekharan. So that's it. So here he is with his first delivery, foolish delivery, and officer coming onto the front foot and defending, pushing it back up along the pitch and no run. So officer maybe just taking a little bit of time and just gonna now trotting in and bowling, giving it a bit of the outside the yard stump, a bit short outside the yard stump. Officer looking to bang it away, but the timing not right on the stroke, timing askew, and it goes straight to the fielder, and the score kept at 39 for 2 in Masters won the toss and they chose to bat. Big man over 60s cricket. Here's Officer going high and long. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 6 runs.
Number 50 jersey. As long as he stays there, Australia, they're going to be motoring along. Backs the good balls, puts away the bad ones.
And that's generally what you need to do in cricket. Here's Chandrasekharan bowling. Shortish delivery outside the off stump, and officers back and slapping it away through wideish mid off. That'll be another boundary. A lovely shot again there from number 9. So they'll be very happy with the scoring rate so far, the Australians. They might have slowed a tad with the dismissal of Miller, but officers certainly made sure that in this over so far that they got him back a bit on track.
Indeed.
To try to get to that 5 runs and over in the first 10. This delivery is down the leg side, maybe just brushing the pad. Umpire not signaling a wide, but maybe just brushing the pad as he let the turn it around the waits as Chandrasekharan gives this one some ears, so some loop. He's onto the back foot, pushes it into the offside, and Davis called through for the single, and they go through quite quickly in the end and quite safely. And another single there for after 9 overs, and certainly going very well with Officer at the heart of it.
Have Officer and Davis there who will be looking to rebuild. And they're certainly doing that at the moment. 50 for 2 at the end of 9. It's still on the way. We know you're the mathematician. So when you work out the run rate,
Just over 5.5, somewhere just over 5.5 with Nova. So they'll be very happy with the run rate at the moment. Um, so just hoping that all will go well. As I said, they've gotten a good start. Well, they had a bit of a shaky start, but officers making sure that they can come out of that nicely. Griffith continues. He's into his fourth over. 4 overs, no batters, 2 for 22 before this. Side, who opened the bowling with him, 4 overs, no batters, none for 17. And Chandrasekharan bowled 1 over, and that cost 11 runs, his first over. Here now is Griffith. Shaven Skull bowling now to Officer. Delivery down the leg side. Another wide from Griffith. 12 extras. 51 for 2 it is in over number 10. It's now 10 wides and 2 no balls from Griffith. So there you go. It's been a bit wayward at times as he's in now and bowls, and Officer's onto the back foot, pushing it into the offside. No run. Ball going straight to the fielder. And you're a loud shout from Officer of No. So batsmen stay rooted at the respective ends. 51 for 2. Officer on 28. Davis on 1. Another some slight adjustments to the field on the leg side, asking the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary to go a few yards to his left. As we watch now as Griffith bowling now to Officer, who's looking to drive a delivery of a foolish left foot, but it was outside the off stump. And he's pretty fortunate. But Griffith, when he gets it right, has been able to get to the 2 wickets so far bowled, and Officer almost found himself in a bit of trouble there, as that again just probably maybe have dipped. As I said, we've got a lovely gale blowing across the ground from our left to right as you watch Officer who drives out. Though they've decided after a bit of a misfield from the field in an extra cover, they'll go through for the single, and that will take Officer now up to 29, and the total up to 52 for 2. They say never run on a misfield, but I guess on this occasion when you deal and doing quite well so far for the Australian Masters. Here is Griffith bowling now to Davis, who's playing a lovely shot out towards mid. A drive on the move, and he got a single out to mid-off. He's on to 2 now, and the total up to 53 for 2. We're in over number 10. Well to Davis. Here is Griffith bowling out to Officer's back and slaps this one out towards the field in an extra cover. The throw comes in, but Officer who now goes to 30 and moves the total up to 54 for 2 in the 10th over. Very, 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 very much of a recovery here for the Australians. As you watch Griffith in again, bowling to Davis, who's coming forward and playing in an orthodox manner, bat and pad very close, get open.
Yes, Australia versus USA. The Americans, they want to get some points on the board this morning. They've been unable to do so far in the tournament. Um, it's going to be a bit challenging coming up against Australia, but the job must be done. The job must be done. And Chandrasekaran, the man with the ball in hand, he be looking to see if he can carry the big man officer, who's looking very threatening at the moment. He's 30 off of 31 deliveries, just on the run of ball officer. And Davis, he is 2 off 8 deliveries. Australia winning the toss and batting there 54 for 2. As we are about to see USA commence the 11th over part of the island today at the 4 Square Oval Ground. Back at the top of his mark, he bowling up to Officer, who looks very comfortable at the crease. Says over his blade now is Officer. Trying to stick around, having a look around. He has a short third man, a point, a cover, a man sweeping on the offside, a long on, a long off, mid wicket, a deep mid wicket, and a man at backward square. And you can see the reason why he has in that long off because Officer, they're coming back for 2. Well,
We sing batting together.
that'd be heady. That would be heady. And comes trying to say run the ball to Officer. He leaves this one alone. And together. Oh my goodness.
That would be something. That would be something.
In comes China Sacred once more. The ball struck on the pad. Umpire saying not out. So here was Officer giving a slight chip down the ground and looking to work it into the leg side. Being struck on the pad and the umpire saying not out. China Sacred asking questions of Officer very early. Back to his mark, China Sacred. In he comes again. Pulls up to Officer. Officer driving all along the carpet. He would have been a very interesting character, Officer, back in his heyday. He's still striking it a good mile. Even at this age, Chandrasekaran, in he comes. Passes the umpire once more. Gives this one a bit of flight. Officer back and play.
No,
99. Thank you. Sorry about that. Jayaram is the bowler. Jayaram, the bowler from the Vosper Drake's end. And he comes, just a slight chip to bowl to Davis. And Davis is playing this one into the offside for one more. And at the end of over number 11, after winning the toss and batting Australia, they are 60 for the loss of 2.
Scoring at a very good clip here. The
Healthy
Australians, after those 2 early setbacks, they'll be very happy about that. As I said, they'll probably just want to go at a minimum of 5 runs and over and just try to get up to at least that, as I said, that par total, which should probably be about 225 or thereabouts. But certainly they've done a fantastic job so far, especially Officer, who has certainly been in charge of proceedings so far.
Well, he's 32 off 35, off 36 deliveries already. And like you said, he's taking the the charge to the USA team. And they want to see the back of him very soon, I can tell you that, because he's beginning to express himself. You know, he's gotten very comfortable at the crease, so much so that he's beginning to run his tools. And he's on 35 of 36. He has all of just under 30, 34 overs to go. Be very interesting to see if he can bat all here, what would happen. Board and change for you. 22, Zaya Ahmad in the 22 jersey. In he comes Ahmad to bowl up to Davis. Very tall man is Ahmad. And he plays in the offside. And Davis looking for a single that isn't there. And he has to go back. Officer rightly so sending him back. 60 for 2. Australia motoring at the moment. They'll be very happy with the start after losing those early wickets. Ahmad into both of Davis, and Davis forward and plays it lovely. They're just opening the back face a bit and running this one backward a point for a single. His bag of tricks. Opening the back face to find that single. Well, the USA, they have a short third man. A man at deep point. There's a long on, a long off. A man at what we would call corner. A deep mid-wicket. A mid-wicket and a man at backward square. So a corner in for Officer. Very interesting feel here by the USA. In he comes Ahmad. Gives this one here. Struck on the pad. Umpire saying not out. Just drifting down the leg side. Is Ahmad. Hand and hit. Still can't believe he didn't get that. Was going down the leg side. Back to his mark. Ahmad. In he comes. Passes the umpire to bowl up to Officer. Officer's back and leaves this one alone. Taken cleanly. And the keeper, I don't know what that was. Threw it away. It's a dead ball actually, signaled by the umpire. So here it was the keeper, Barlingay. He caught the ball and a bit of excitement, he threw it back down the pitch. And going back and strike his officer. In comes Ahmad to both officers back and gets a healthy third man. They'll come for one. Looking for two is officer. And he goes back, rightly so. So that one would push up to 62. 62 for 2. Australia. After having a very shaky start, losing 2 early wickets in the form. In comes Ahmad to bowl up Davis, and Davis forward and looking to swing this one into the leg side. He made no connection. For 2, the latest score here at the 4 square over.
Not a bad over from Ahmad. Didn't really in his first over just conceded 6. So not bad going in the last couple of overs, but they'll want to get Officer. That's the price cap at the moment. He's there on 36 and he's hitting it well. He's in control. Davis is just hanging in there really and keeping the other end going. And Officer's the man who's doing the most of the, if you want to call it the dirty work, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable at the crease. Officer, and like you already said, USA would want to see the back of him sooner rather than later, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes
I didn't understand the feel of the last over, as you said, where they put in the corner, because he hasn't really gone in that direction. He's more straight and through the offside.
Indeed. In comes the bowler there who is giant.
Had to hurry that stroke there. J-
Just walk it in.
Jerry reminds you of one of those bowlers that you see on a Saturday and say, "Man, I got sandpaper here," and then when you realize the ball starts doing all sorts of different things. I remember, they have a lot of stories the fellas will tell you about guys, sheep farmers and stuff in that, especially those who have played a lot in England.
In comes Jaron. The bowler off his back. Punches this one in the offside. Long off would come on, can he cut it off?
He only won in double figures, to be quite honest. Yeah, officer playing really well there. That one really deceived him, but he just has to be careful. As I said, I was telling you that a lot of guys who have played in the leagues in England will come back and tell you about these stories about pot-bellied guys who they see them saunter up and they get the ball and you start saying, "Man, I got some pay here today." When the ball when the guy comes up, the ball starts to is like they're magicians. The ball starts to wiggle all over the place and they find themselves not able to manage it.
He reminds me of a guy named Shirley that plays for St. John Culture. The Rasta guy, he tosses the ball about 8 feet in the air. I
That,
tell you.
and that tends to play in the back of your mind. So Ahmad will continue.
Ball back with Ahmad. He's bowling from the Alpha Bethel end, Woody. The two ends here, the Alpha Bethel end and the Vasper Drake's end.
Two stalwarts of the club. Arthur Bethel is gentleman from back in the probably 60s, 70s, a stalwart of the club, a former president of the club. And Vasper Drace, of course, the former Barbados and West Indies all-rounder involved in that, in helping the West Indies score the world record in Test match, a winning total of 418 against who?
Australia.
Oh, there you go.
What was that? So he's been run out? We were so deep in the conversation where we didn't even realize.
Yeah, I think he hit the ball to the field and probably may have just sauntered out of his crease. Maybe the back foot just dragged and they had a throw and he was out of the crease. Maybe he was batting out of the crease too.
That's good awareness with the for four. And like you rightfully said, officer doing the bulk of the scoring for the Australians. He need, even though he's doing the bulk of the scoring, what he needs someone to stay there with him. He doesn't want us end up batting with the tail.
Too. Right now, most of the other guys have just held one end. He really would need someone. Not necessarily they don't have to be as expressive as he is, but certainly every now and again, if they can, the periods of attrition, they can punctuate with a boundary. That would certainly be a very good. That would also very much help him out as well too.
Well, the new batsman in Claude Orlando, he's there because the guy Davis was run out.
He's run out for four.
Run out for four. Batting at number four.
Yeah.
So Claude Orlando in at five for the Australians. 70 for three.
And the other good thing for apart from the Americans have things a bit. He's no, and what we've also seen is that those extras that were given away by in the innings.
Here comes Ahmad to bowl to Orlando. Orlando is sweeping and sweeping.
Really was a gift, really a weird delivery from Ahmad on this occasion. And as I said, Ahmad has been bowled pretty decently. He's been pretty much on par.
So the young man, Claude Orlando, very first ball of the morning for him. He struck for four. Ball back with Ahmad though. In he comes, passes the umpire. The ball up to Orlando. Orlando's bottom part close together. If you had to see the word defense in the had is very close together. Any young man watching the cricket today, the solid defense and how what it should look like. As you see Orlando on the front foot. For three, USA and Australia going at it here at the four square oval. Ball back with Ahmad. In he comes, passes the umpire again to bowl up to Orlando. Orlando is forward and rolls wrist on it. For the two. So two more added to the score, 76 for three. A pleasant good morning to everyone within the hearing of our voice. In comes Ahmad to bowl to Orlando. Orlando is, did he get three? Australia winning the toss and batting. So it's just about 11:30 p.m. in Australia. As we say, a pleasant good night to the Australians. I don't think anyone would be up now watching this game. Yeah. So we just got word that we do have some watching the game. So a pleasant good night to you guys in Australia. We hope you guys are enjoying the lovely sunshine here in Barbados. A pleasant breeze blowing across the ground. So and you'd really have to be enjoying the cricket to be watching it at that time. At the end of over number 14, though, Australia winning the toss and batting, they are 77 for the loss of 3. So everybody, we've just been told that we actually have some viewers in Australia watching the game.
Well, that's very good.
12:30,
Yes.
listening to you, Woody.
Oh dear. At 12:30 in the morning.
12:30 Queensland, and 11:30. 1:30 in New South Wales and Victoria.
Oh my goodness. That's it. They're not sleeping. They don't have work tomorrow?
And more
work
said his
tomorrow, Friday
mistresses.
Oh, that's right. That's
She's
right.
up.
Friday night, yeah. And they're not out in the pub.
They've probably just come home from the pub.
Okay.
Being Australians, we don't mind a drink from time to time. A bit like Barbados and rum.
Very much so. Very much so. You. Very much so. Very much so. How have you been finding the cricket so far and the whole island and etc.?
Oh, the island's great. The people are lovely. I mean, everybody wants to stop and have a chat to you, and the cricket's good. You know, over 60s cricket, we play it seriously, and we enjoy it though when we play it as well.
I was saying that once you guys put on the Australian jersey, that's a whole different ball game.
Oh yeah, no, we're out there to win. I mean, we're not out there to come second. We'll play the game as hard as we can. We play it in a very sportsmanlike manner, so there's nothing silly. And at the end of the game, we're happy to have a rum or a beer with the opposition side.
And everybody's pointing at this competition, this big man cricket will come down between you and the West Indies. How does that sound? Can we have a new Sir Frank World Trophy for that final?
Well, you know what I mean. We should have a new Sir Frank Worrell Trophy. That's right. And I mean, if it comes down to Australia and the West Indies, I mean, certainly as from an Australian's perspective, I'd be happy with that. And I'm sure from the West Indies being the home side, they'd be extremely happy with that. I hear they've lost a few wickets though in the game today against. I think they're playing the rest of the world. They're 4 down or 5 down at the moment, and for not many runs. They got off to a good start. I think they were 20 for none, and then they're 4 or 5 down at the moment. So hopefully they can get up and win that.
Yep, definitely. And you guys have certainly done well. Kent Officer seems to be a pretty decent player. Could you tell me a little bit about him?
Kent Officer, yeah, he's from Queensland. I play with him during the year. I'm from Queensland also, and Kent hits the ball very, very well, as we can see today. I mean, he hits through the line of the ball. What he does need, you know, he's got a few out of the middle now. He's 44 or 45, so I would suggest that Kent, his confidence will be good. He'll just watch the ball and he'll hit through the ball. There, lovely stroke through cover, and that's gone for 4. And he's hit that ball. It's a 65-metre bound. '60s and over 50s cricket, we play with a 55-metre boundary. Here they've decided to use the full field because it was easier for the umpires, and you know what? It's the same for both sides. It doesn't matter.
All right, so that's
Alan.
Alan Bugur, as we watch Officer drives.
They'll be very pleased with that.
A fine innings from Kent Officer. Really played well. Came out and, well, I said his surname is Officer, and he certainly has taken charge of proceedings.
He is, yes, Kent Officer, and he does hit the ball very, very well. And, you know, like all guys who like to hit through the ball, I mean, there are days when it won't come off, but the days that it does come off, you know, that's what you're looking for.
Well, thanks very much, Alan. Enjoy the rest of the game.
We will.
All right, so we're going to have a water break here.
Blue Waters break.
Blue Waters break, yes. Oh, sorry, yes. Wrap me across my knuckles. We're having a Blue Waters break.
He chastised me the whole week for that.
Yes. over the score in 9. Miller went in the 6th over the score in 26. And Sam Davis went in the 14th over the score on 70 after a partnership of 44 with the man of the moment, Kent Officer, who was, as I said, living up to his name, taking charge of the proceedings for the Australians, and he's played a fine innings. He's there not on 50 from 50 balls. We are having a Blue Waters water break. We'll resume a commentary in a bit. All right, about to have a resumption here at the Four Square Oval, east of the island. And here's Ahmad bowling to Officer, a delivery of a fullish length. And he plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. 84 for 3 it remains. We're in over number 6 as we watch Ahmad bowling over the wicket to Officer, and there's wrapped on the pad, might have been just slightly deceived, maybe by the flight, also maybe a bit of pace on that one, leg bicycle by the umpire, but maybe slightly deceived by the pace, maybe by the flight. And as I said, there's a nice gale blowing across the ground at the moment, and maybe just a hint of late movement as well. And Officer, fortunate, maybe it's probably struck outside the line of the off stump. We can't tell because we're positioned as you can see from our camera position, and we're positioned at whitish long on as it is with the right-handed batting here at the northern or the Arthur Bethel end of the oval. Here is Ahmad bowling outside the off stump. No shot offered, taken by the keeper, and it's kept on 84 for 3. So Officer there on 50 not out. Orlando on 7. He's in strike and looking to do well and keep Officer company for some time. He's coming onto the front foot, turning it out towards mid wicket. Like he has, maybe not as expressive, maybe not as freewheeling as he has been. This Orlando, he's kept on 7 and it's 84 for 3. Yeah, he's been carrying the burden so far. We can tell you that the West Indies Masters there in the other game are there 64 for 4. And that's against the rest of the world. That's interesting. Here is the 3 with Orlando on 7, Officer there on 50. And I said again, he needs someone, not necessarily to necessarily try to necessarily outscore him, but someone who can, help him to keep the run rate going. As you probably could give us a little bit of update from the other game with the West Indies Masters.
Yeah, that game between the Invitational 11 and England. Invitational 11, they are 57 for 2 in 19 overs. The two men gone are Parma and Gossai. Yeah, so that score over there, 57 for 2 in 19.
Here at the Four Square Oval, it's 84 for 3. As we watch, Jairam gives this one some air, but it's down the leg side. He's appealing for what? I don't know. That one traveled on. He's fortunate.
Offset the umpire.
But I think he did, because that really should have been called a wide, and the umpire didn't call it a wide. So
I think he jumped the umpire when
he's very fortunate on that occasion. Here he is again, Jairam in, and bowls to Officer, who's forward and playing very well. Playing bat and pad very close together. There's no run. Picked up by the bowler. Skipping around to his right.
Jairam still has all the old tricks.
Definitely. 84 for 3 it is. As he's off this short approach, and bowls giving some air outside the off stump. And there's Officer looking for a cut. Wide signal now by the umpire. And that takes the total up to 85 for 3 in over number 17. So they're doing pretty well at the moment. As Officers outside the yard looking for that big cut again. No need to get too avaricious on this occasion, Officer. I know he wants to probably keep the square rate going, but he's have to maybe they get too anxious. He'll come. Again, he looks for that big hit through the offside, makes no contact, and the ball into the gloves of the keeper. And he played it wrong, as though he thought he would. I had to tell the keeper, okay, I'm not caught. And probably admonishing himself, probably getting a bit too anxious there on those last 2 deliveries. Here he is. And being beaten, a good delivery. That one touchdown, maybe just outside the off stump. Maybe it just held its own and just played inside the line. But Jairam seems to be into his groove now and really serving it up. Here he is again now, bowling to Officer, who's forward. Diving away and preventing it from going too far. And that's the end of the over. So Officer remains on 50. Orlando is on 7. It's 85 for 3. And except for that a wide, an extra, it was no other runs coming from the bat. So the Americans will be very happy by the job that the bowlers have been doing of late. Ahmad, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9, and Jairam, he's taken none for 20.
Since then, it's been rather smooth sailing, really, for the Australians. The Americans, they want to get another wicket to feel that they're back into this game, a sense of confidence from them. So they really need to try to get another wicket here.
Here's Orlando coming onto the front foot, pushing into the... He goes up now to 8 and takes the total up to 86 for 3 in the 18th over. So things going pretty steadily here for the Australians.
This is a very strange field. I see they're keeping this cold corner inward, but I'm not sure the reason for the cold corner. He's not like you said, he's not being
you know, make himself small so that he knows exactly where the fielders are. Here he is. Ahmad bowling to Officer who's on the back foot, and that one goes through him. Well, certainly the American bowlers have come into their own in the last couple of overs.
Take. I'll give you my opinion after this delivery.
Here's Ahmad in again now, bowling to Officer who's forward, and that one is going down the leg side. Brush the pad, as said by the umpire. There's a stifled appeal from one or two of the close fielders. The keeper also looks very sprightly for someone who's 60 years old. That's
Barlingay.
Barlingay. Chandrakat Barlingay. Intriguing. Here is Ahmad bowling to Officer, who turns this one around the corner. Let's on the total up to 87 for 3. So things have slowed the 88. I'm corrected. 88. Things are just slowed just a bit here.
This field that they have for Officer, I'm just thinking if with the way that he's been playing the offside, through the offside and down the ground, you want to take this cold corner and put him on the sweeper bowling. They have no sweeper on the offside.
Well, here's Ahmad bowling, and Orlando is getting a wide down the leg side. So another extra 17 now, and the total up to 89 for 3. I think I appreciate that maybe they're saying that Ahmad maybe is an off spinner and will generally go into the right-handed batsman, but you're right. You know, still they haven't shown any of the two batsmen an inclination to go down into cold corner. Here is Ahmad bowling just outside line the off start. The ball spinning back in, and he plays defensively, and there's no run. They've come to. I know we've got a couple balls to go. It's 89 for 3, and we'll see how it all unfolds as Ahmad bowls, and he's Orlando onto the front foot, and he strokes it out towards.
To the sponsors coming on board. In these times you do need your sponsors, and we appreciate them very much. Today's game is Australia. They're up against USA. Australia winning the toss and batting 89 for 3. You're watching the over 60s big man cricket right here in the southeastern part of Barbados at the Foursquare Oval ground just below the airport. And if you know Barbados well, we're just about 5 minutes drive from 6 Roads.
A delivery outside the off stump from Jairam, and you could see that Officer was really tempted to give that a swat, and then at the end, in the end, just decided to not play at it. Here's Jairam in again now to bowl to Officer, who walks across and region. They'll get a single. So that maybe a bit of fatigue. It's very hot out there, but still nice. Every now and again we get a strong gale blowing across the ground to keep things pretty cool. This one given some air by cover again, another run. So he's up now to 9. Yeah, so that's what Officer would like. Someone like Orlando who's
rotating the strike.
At least rotating the strike on a consistent basis. As Jairam bowls again, a full toss, and the Officer swings through mid-wicket. This one will run very close, and it runs over the ropes now, and that's going to be 4 runs. So a gift there from Jairam, who's been pretty steady, but serving up a lollipop and being smashed away through mid-wicket.
I'm still a bit confused by the field setting of USA, Woody.
Here is Jairam bowling to Officer, who's forward and playing the ball just to the just off the pitch on the leg side, but no run as Jairam. Uh, Here's Jairam again. The ball to Officer. Officer is back and he pulls, but straight to the. They've got a long on, a deep mid wicket, a straightish mid wicket, and a square leg. Well, as we've come to that over from Jairam, so it wouldn't matter anyhow. So it's now 95 for 3 at the end of.
Bill, the Australians, on the back of Kent Officer, who is 55 from
Sorry.
who's 55 runs from 66 deliveries.
Sorry, was that to say?
Here is Ahmad bowling now to Orlando, who drives. Nice looking shot up towards mid-off, but can't score. Finds the fielder. Bit too much power. Maybe just needed the placement to be a little bit better than that. Maybe to the left or the right, and he probably got it himself. Maybe 2 or 3, or maybe even a boundary. Ahmad, shirt rippling in the breeze. Behind square, that should run away to the boundary. Yes, it does. That's 4 runs. Good. To get into double figures. Bagor just scored 6. Miller got 4. Davis got 4. And Orlando's got 13 now. Along with Kent Officer, who's been the linchpin of the batting so far. He's on 54. And it's now 99 for 3. So they're on the verge of that 100-run mark. And again, I'm sure when they get there, there'll be a big applause for the effort that they've put in to get there. Officer's wearing number 50 shirt. Does that tell us anything? Here is Ahmad bowling now to Orlando, who's coming forward, just pushing onto the offside, looking to maybe get it because the fielder came in quite quickly and prevented any possibility.
We know a big hitter that wears the 50 shirt, Dwayne Smith, our local boy. Wears the number 50 jersey as well. Hits the ball a long way.
He joined us here for the game on that was on Wednesday. In these Masters played against the Invitation 11. Here's Orlando drives up to was a little bit slow off the mark, but he goes too quickly and they get the run to take them up to 100. So that's the 100 up for the Australians. 100 for 3 in the 20th over. And a good effort here from the Australians, as we said, after they started a bit. One stage, then 26 for 2. Here's Ahmad bowling to Officer, who plays into the onside. $50. 55 or 56, and at the end Ahmad bowling now to Orlando, who's playing it back to the bowler, can't score. The end of over number 20 now.
About Officer, he has the power to go through the line or over the top when he has to, but he also works the ball into the gaps for those 1s and 2s. A very complete batsman is Kent Officer, and Australia will be happy to have him out in the middle 101 for 3 at the end of 20. Australia going on quite nicely, as you would have mentioned, with the after losing that wicket in the 6 over. Uh, they really consolidated to keep their cool, and it shows the experience of the team, the Australians. The two men out in the middle, King Officer and Claude Orlando. Orlando 14 off 19 deliveries, and King Officer 56 off 67 deliveries. Australia winning the toss and batting. A pleasant good morning to everyone listening in on the link. In comes Jayaram, Cypher P for LW umpire saying not out. Jayaram just off of about 4 steps or so from the Vaspert Drake, saying he's bowling up to King Officer, who's on 56. In he comes to bowl up to Officer. Also gets a foolish delivery in the air and down to actually lands in no man's land. The man coming off the boundary on long off, and they'll come back for 2. So here was Officer coming onto the front foot and looking to lash this one somewhere up and over cover. Got a leading edge and going down to long off. I didn't get it. Coming off the toe of the bat, really. And he will live to tell the tale. He moves up by 2 to 58. Australia moves up by 2 to 103. 103 for the loss of 3. In comes Jayaram again to board Officer. Officer back on the back foot this time and punching out to the sweep on the outside, and they'll come for 1. Australia looking very comfortable at the crease. Remember that this is the big man over 60s championship playing in Barbados. We're in the southeastern part of Barbados today. Australia versus the USA. In comes Jairam to water Orlando. Orlando punches this one into the offside. Big man Orlando, who was on it in a hurry, was just about around the off stump or so, and Orlando just chipping and keeping this one all along the carpet for 4. A lovely shot.
Yeah. Playing a few shots
Rotating
and
it.
taking some of the pressure off officers. So, what Officer Min just have to do is just recalibrate a little bit his approach. He doesn't have to necessarily go and try to be the main man or
Dominant.
even the big man.
In comes Jairam once more to board Orlando. Orlando's back and cuts this and cuts well. A nice looking shot by the big man Orlando. The up and down. And you can see that these Australians, they're well drilled. Well-oiled machines, the Australians. So it's been recently was all the officer show, and since then Orlando, he's come in and taken some pressure off of the officer to help him take a breather as Orlando settles over his back. In comes Jairam to bowl to Orlando. He's contented to leave this one. It's taken cleanly by the keeper. So Australia winning the toss and batting at the end of the 21st. All lovely here at 4 Square. So David Seal, the home of him there in the distance. It's lovely mahogany trees and palm trees. This is 69, I think it is. It looks like 59. That is Inamdar. Inamdar is the new bowler from the Arthur's Bethel Inn. So getting a single. That one pushing the score up to 111 for three. Millen in Inamdar. Millen Inamdar is the name in the 59 jersey. And he comes, passes the umpire to ball up to Orlando. Orlando getting inside the line of the ball and works it down to backward square for one. Not much, man, over-arming the ball. Return, everybody's under-arming. And you must remember that this is the over 60s big man cricket. Compliments brought to you by Blue Waters, BTMI, Bajan Vending at Atlantic Marketing. It comes. And this time, officer whacking this one down to deep mid-wicket for one. Actually, they're looking for two, and Orlando saying, no, you stay down there, officer. Quite contented to keep the strike is Orlando. 113 for three. As I say, good morning to everyone within the listening on the stream. In comes, just over the head of Inamdar, the bowler. 5'8" Inamdar. So they're pushing back, and rightly so. They're pushing back the long on and long on, the mid off and mid on. For officer who's been hitting it quite a way. I'm still confused with the field setting of the Americans who they've kept in the deep mid wicket, the deep square leg, but majority of the time officer in he comes in Amdar to board officer. Officer going this time down to a quick Blue Waters water break for the Australians as the guys go to retrieve the ball. Kane Officer. It's been his show ever since he went in, and he has taken charge here for the Australians. He is on 67 off 74 deliveries, and with him Claude Orlando, who's just beginning to come into his own now. He's 22 off 24, 120 for three. The Australians, they won the toss and batting, and they're up against USA, who are yet to get a game, or I should say, get some points on the board. We'll return to you in a couple of minutes after the short water break. Well, we are about to commence over number 23. This is going to be bowled by Jayaram from the Vasport Drakes, and he's bowling up to Orlando, Claude Orlando, who is 22. In he comes Jayaram to bowl to. Is this Jayaram? This is Jayaram? No, no, this is not Jayaram. Sorry, this is Chandrasekharan. 50. Yeah. I'm correct? Let's say Chandrasekharan coming back into the attack. Flights this one to Orlando. And Orlando is playing this into the pitches. We say good morning to Lyndon Yard.
And a special good morning to you, Ellie Boss. Good morning to the listeners and viewers where you are following the stream. Beautiful day here at the Four Square Oval.
Indeed, in comes Chandrasekharan. Flights this one into the leg side. It goes from Orlando and it'll crash into the leg side boundary now for 4. So here was this. Orlando was happy to put it into the leg side boundary for 4. That boundary takes him up to 26, and Australia will go up by 4, 124 for 3. We're sitting over number 22.
Yes, a beautiful shot and a poor delivery, ill-directed on the line of just outside the line of the leg. Some got away with his previous delivery, which was a little foolish, and the batsman Orlando ended up making it into a Yorker. But this time, he played it well down to the square leg boundary for 4, which is now being protected so belatedly by the USA, and Australia enjoying the exchanges at the moment.
Indeed, indeed. Well, the ball is back with Jayaram. What do you think about the field placement, Yardi?
I just need a little more time to assess it. I think we have to take into consideration the age factor, though.
Indeed. Well, they've been. I'll tell you something about it in a minute. In comes Jayaram once more to border Orlando down the leg side. Cypher P for LBW. Umpire saying is going down. And 124 for 3. So they're having a backward point, a cover, a sweeper on the offside, a deep cover. In comes Jayaram again to border Orlando, who's contented to play it in the offside. There's no run. So telling about this field, a long off, a long on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a man at backward square leg. The field employed by the Americans. In comes Jayaram once more to bowl it to Orlando. Orlando's chipping this one over mid wicket. Coming back immediately for the third. So some good running here by the Australians. Some well-oiled machines. You can see that these guys, they're well drilled. And at the end of over number 23, when they toss somebody in Australia, they're 127 for the loss of 3.
Yes, into the leg side, the mid wickets is very, very straight and allow the batsman to take 3. So here looks a dry, placid one, good for batting, and they're going to make full use of the sunshine, and maybe the wear and tear will probably tell on the
comes in Namdar, who is deceiving Orlando with this delivery, taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper being that of Copeland, the captain of the USA side. In comes Namdar again to bowl to Orlando. This time he's running it down to third man for a single. A 128 for 3. Australia. 128 for 3. We're in over number 24. Being bowled by Inamdar from the half of Bethel end. In he comes. Passes the umpire to bowl up to the big man. Officer struck on the pad. Umpire saying not out. Really was a good shot there. And they're pushing back the man from mid on now to long on. Chandru. The man there in the number 50 jersey. So in him there with the ball. In he comes. Passes the umpire once more. Ball up to Officer. Officer's back. Works his for one. Discuss two. And get it quite comfortably in the end. So 2 more to the score. And 2 more to Officer. 130 for 3. Officer, he is on 69 off 76 deliveries. And with him, Claude Orlando, he is 30 off 32. Officer, he struck 8 4s and 1 6, and Orlando 4 4s and no 6s for him. 130 for 3. With over number 24 being ball by Inamdar from the Alpha Bethel end. Inamdar, in he comes, passes the umpire, the ball up to Officer, and Officer's back and get him one step for appeal for caught behind, and the umpire saying not out. So it seems like would have brushed the tie pad on the way through. He comes now to ball the Officer, and this one is on the off stump and cut into the offside. And I was talking about the sweep on the offside. There's no protection deep on the offside, so it means that the man from cover would have to run all the way out to retrieve. 2 more added to the score, and at the end of over number 24, 100.
Offside, the sweep on the cover boundary not protected. However, when the ball is operating from the southern end of the ground, there is a cover on the sweeper boundary, and they're both off spinners. So a little bit of a strange tactic, maybe something that the captain of the USA team obviously is missing. The American team is missing there, because with 2 off spinners in operation from the north and the southern end of the ground, one would think, with both batsmen looking well set, Orlando on 30 and Kent Officer on a 69, he's fully entrenched, that you would want to at least make them earn their runs rather than just giving them free runs to the offside when the ball is operating from the northern end of the ground.
I totally agree with you, Yardi. Totally in agreement with you. And they seem to get it right when his name eludes me now.
This is Orlando on strike.
No, Chandrasekharan, sorry. They're getting it right when Chandrasekharan is bowling from the Vasport Drakes, and they have the protection on the offside. However, when Inamdar, they seem to leave a lot of real estate exposed on the offside. So they really need to get it right for both ends. As Chandrasekharan, in he comes to bowl up to Orlando. And to this delivery, Orlando is back and plays this one into the offside. Just out to the man. Oh, some stoppy fielding there by the man at point. And 1 more added to the score. Chandrasekharan head bowed in disappointment with his teammate. So 1 more added to the score to bring the big man Officer, who is on strike now. And he is on 71. Officer settles over his blade. In comes Chandrasekharan to both Officer. Foolish delivery. And away on the leg side. A one-handed shot by Officer, and they'll come back for 2. As the relayed throw comes in. So 2 more added to the score. 135 for 3. 135 4-3. Chandrasekharan, in he comes. Passes the umpire once more. The ball Officer, who's back and plays this one back down the pitch. And Chandrasekharan does his own fielding. Officer in the number 50 jersey. A slight breeze coming across the ground, even though the sun is out in all of its glory. In he comes again to bowl to Officer, and he's out. Out, caught. Cotton ball by Chandrasekharan. So Officer goes. A very well take there by Chandrasekharan to get rid of the big man. He'll be happy to see the back of Officer, I can tell you.
Yes, and that being said, in the end, a soft dismissal. I think the delivery prior, he attempted to play the same shot through the offside. That one was a lot closer, and neither was it there for the cut shot. He was attempting. Kent Officer, and I'm sure that the USA will want to take advantage of this at this stage. So well played by Kent Officer, and good knock to keep the Australia side in it with the fall of the fourth wicket.
I can tell you, they're very happy. I just saw the cheers there, the cheers coming in from the Australian crowd, and they really appreciate that knock. As you saw the Americans congregating as well, they'll be very happy to see the back of him as well, because he really was the glue that kept the Australian. I didn't get his. Glenn Richardson in the number 13 jersey. 135 for 4. Australia. USA trying their best to keep Australia from running away with it. In comes Chandra Sikaran, passes the umpire down to ball up to Richardson. Richardson gets his first delivery of the morning, and he's content to play into the offside. And at the end of the 25th over, they've won the toss and batting. Australia 135 for 4 to carry you through the next 5.
Americans will feel like they're right back into the game now, and with the key wicket of Richardson. And that being said, we leg side, and 1 run achieved. They're gonna think of only being 1, and in the end they get 2. So another 2 runs on the total, and Ayendar on operation to bowl to Orlando, and Orlando gets a little bit down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. So another run goes into the book. 138 for the loss of 4. This is over number 25. As here is a delivery from Ayendar. Again, angled down the leg side. The stifle appeal from the bowler. No support from the keeper, who's quickly across from behind the stump down the leg side to intercepts. I said 138 for the loss of 4. And over number 25, the Australians win the toss and batting. Ayendar from the northern end, and bowls delivery, which is slow in nature, slow in length as well. By Orlando, who will come back for 2. So with that, the total is up to 140 for the loss of 4 wickets, having just lost the chief anchor in Kent Officer, who batted brilliantly for his 70 odd. I'll give you his total momentarily. So Orlando on 35, and he waits on Ayanda, who's operating with a backward point, or I should say a whitish third man, a straight point cover mid off, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and this delivery is cut down to the fielder at the straight point position. Can't score, there's no run. Square leg in position, and a man under 45 to the adjacent to the umpire. So he's pretty much operating with a 4-5 feel. Zayenda, right arm off spin, is into bowl to Orlando, who has an almighty heave at it and drags it out to the fielder at square leg. Under 45, he feeds cleanly, and there's no run. So good containment over so far by Orlando, and I suspect that this is what a wicket would normally do. Puts the team under pressure and brings the fielding side right back into the game, as this partnership will now have to kick-start the innings. As Ayindar is in and onto the back foot. This one is pulled in front of the fielder at square leg, who the ball eludes him. 1. So another run to Orlando, who's now up to 36. And as that over comes to an end, it's 141 for the loss of 4. Australia at the end of 25 overs win the toss and opt into battle.
Yeah, some lovely conditions here at the 4 square round. 4 square oval ground, as we see RL Seal and company over to the left. There are the ones in charge of ESA Fields, Dorley's True Juices. As we see the rum aging Bond number 2. Sunny skies, a gentle breeze. It's really a picnic atmosphere here at the 4 square oval.
So it's going to be the right arm off spin of Chandra Sekharan to continue from the Hopefield end. A picturesque 4 square oval. Myrtle trees in the back, beautiful sunshine, and then a thick brew of trees, which is the Hopefield Racing Stables, owned by the great man who is also the owner of the rum refinery to our extreme left, the 4 square rum refinery. Here's Sandra Sekwan bowls a double hop. I can't call it a long hop, a double hop. That is signaled wide by the umpire. And another sundry goes in the book. So 142. Probably gripping the ball a little too tight. And he is doing battle with Orlando, who is on, actually it's not Orlando on strike, it's on Richardson on strike. And Richardson is looking to force the delivery down the offside. Gets it away through the bowler, who really should have stopped that. So Richardson opens his account. He has one against his name. It's now 143 for the loss of 4. The Australians opt into bat first in good cricketing conditions. The outfielder Walcott. And again, operating with a 5-4 feel as this series tossed up. And onto the front foot comes Orlando. Looks for a single to the fielder who's in from point. Has it under control. And that fielder with number 2 in his back. There's no run. We're in over number 26 of 45, and that's the big man's over 60s. So Richardson on strike, and this delivery he goes onto the back foot and cuts it to the fielder. So consecutive deliveries. Richardson has found the same fielder. He has one against his name. Orlando at the non-striker's end. Just trying to define the 2. Richardson a lot slimmer. Orlando the chubby of the 2, if I could use that word. A delivery tossed up, and he goes back. Has ample time to go back, and for the 3rd time in this over, he finds the fielder at the backward point position. And no addition to the total. Australia batting first. Have a good breeze coming across from the eastern end. Again, some poor bit of feeling by Chandra Sekharan. Doesn't seem intent on stopping the ball to his left or his right. And he gives away a soft single. Run number 144 to the Australians, as it brings Orlando back into strike. Richardson with that single is up to 2. And Orlando gets a short, slow delivery and chops it down to the fielder at the mid-off position. So it brings Richardson back into strike. Just been corrected by Mimi. He has one against his name. And that concludes over number 26. Done and dusted. The Australia side win the toss and batting 144 for the loss of 4.
Remember that we are here because we have some sponsors on board. So we take this time to say a special thank you to the sponsors. Blue Waters, BTMI, Bajan Vending, and Atlantic Marketing. This is the over 60s big man. This afternoon, well, still morning time, sorry, Australia and the USA.
27 as this delivery is worked into the offside. And there's the batsman looking for a single. One a bit behind with the batsman run, but that's something that'll be corrected momentarily. Taken behind by the keeper. So Orlando on strike, and he waits and gets a little bit outside in the offside, cuts it off a thick outside edge down to the fielder at the backward point, who's down on his back, or I should say his backside. They take one. That's a Bajan word. Another run to Orlando, who's now up to 30. So I'm back in sync for 4 in over number 28 of 45. And here is a delivery by Ayendar. And no run played out of the offside. As I said, perfect cricketing conditions, or good conditions that exist in Barbados. Best with sunshine. The views is stroked up to the field at the long mid-off position to take one. So another single achieve. And Richardson up to 2. It brings Orlando on 39 in strike. Have a little bit of a delay as the bowler seemed to have just maybe twisted his left ankle, or maybe having some sore shins. It's a hot day here in Barbados. The outfield, I assure you, is very, very dry. We have had no rainfall for the entire week. We have plenty of juice. I mean, some cold nights in Barbados. But having said that, by 6:45 the sun is ready to scorch, and the earth badly in need of some water. Hasn't began to turn green as yet, but to turn brown, sorry. But all is well that ends well, and Ayendar at the top of his mark. And he doesn't run in this time, just stands there, look to deliver, and delivers a wide delivery. So one more to the total. 148 now for the loss of 4. As Orlando waits on 39. And it seems as though he's going to come off. So he's limping. It's not a good sign for the bowler. Milind Ayendar. He's completed that over. So with 28 overs done and dusted of 45, with Australia win the toss in perfect cricketing conditions and batting here at the 4th grade oval. They are 148 for the loss of 4, with Orlando not out on 39, and Richardson, who's recently gone to crease, he's not out on 2.
Now we got a little injury here, Yardy. I hope it's nothing serious. And this is Inamdar that has the injury, it looks like. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 other games for you going on today. One at Wonders and one at BNOC. The one at Wonders, West Indies versus rest of the world. And over at BNOC, Invitation 11 versus England. So we'll take a Blue Waters break and we'll be back with you in the next 5 minutes or so.
So we're back in action, and Sandra Tricon continues, and his first delivery to Richardson is spanked into the offside, and there is no run. Still 148 for the loss of 4. Australia opting to bat first. Hoisted padded to come with number 20 jersey on his back. They cut and the miss.
White.
White signal by the umpire, not taken cleanly by the keeper. Chandra Kant. Barlingue doing duties behind the stumps. Just been meddling with his name. Copeland, the captain. The which is cut straight to the fielder at the point position on the bunk. So slip in position. This is a very interesting field now. Slip. There's a short third man backward point. Cover. Sweep on the cover boundary. Long off 3/4 of the way. As Chandra Sekran is in. A delivery which is played past his left hand. He falls to the ground and parries it up to the fielder at that 3/4 of position, at the long off position. And another run achieved by Richardson. So
Right
Richardson
interesting
up to
field,
3.
Roddy.
Yeah. And it's now 150. So the 50's come up of 28.3 overs. Here is the fourth ball of the 29th over, which is drilled up to the mid-on position for a single. So Orlando is into the 40s. He's exactly 40. And it brings Richardson on strike. And he gets it. He goes back and pulls it to the right of the fielder at the mid-on position, who comes across and plays some football. Really not impressive at all. Would have let down Ronaldo or Messi. And the ball goes past him and into the boundary for 4. So very sloppy bit of fielding out there allows Richardson his first boundary. And Richardson with that boundary is up to 7. And the Australia motoring on 155 for the loss of 4.
Well, they'll need to get a wicket here if America, if the USA, if they want to stay in the hunt of that win that they so desperately need.
Well, if they can restrict the Australians, they have a chance. As Chandra Sekran is in, delivery which is the batsman looking to whip it into the leg side, gets a leading edge and finds its way along the carpet on the offside. A victory there for the bowler. He doesn't get any success, however. And at the end of over number 29, done and dusted. Australia batting first, 155 for the loss of 4. Richardson is not out on 7, and with him is Orlando, not out on 40.
Well, Orlando, he really did stay there to give a good partnership with Officer, who eventually went for the 73. Since then, he has taken charge. Australia will be quite happy, still losing the early wickets in the first and the 6th over. The rebuild came, and since then they've been motoring on. It'll be very interesting to see if USA, the Americans, they can restrict the Australians to under 200. I mean, it would be a very big answer, but we are yet to see what they have in their bag of tricks.
So, we're going to have a bowling change, and the captain, William Coatman, is into the attack with number 65 jersey. And another run achieved. So Copeland having taken over, and his first delivery is chopped into the offside for run number 156. To the Australian side, the right arm off spin, and onto the back foot. The ball is forced down to the mid-on position by Richardson for what will be his 8th run. And they're doing it singles at the moment, and I'm sure that the USA side would not mind. It keeps them in the game. Orlando waits on Copeland. He knocks it short a little bit, still in the awesome, and he plays it with soft hands, steers it to the point fielder for a single. So another run goes into the book. So Richardson comes back on the strike. He has 8 against his name. 42 is Orlando. And Richardson waits, and Copeland, this delivery is tossed up, well tossed up, and drilled or stroked with soft hands. Just allowing the ball to drop under his eyes and play the ball with soft hands to the fielder. At point, there is no run. Over number 30 in progress. Just 2 deliveries shy of completing that over. Tucked away into the leg side to square leg, who comes across, does a bit of football. Looks a lot better than the football attempt made in the last over. Keeps the ball in front of him, which is important. A footballer must always control the ball. That's the key to football, controlling the ball.
It's true. Very, very true.
149 for 4. Final delivery of over number 30. Final over of my spell, and is tossed up and whipped away. It's a straight mid-wicket. The fielder goes down in the approved fashion. Has it under control. Cocks to throw the arm. Doesn't release it. At the end of over number 30, Australia win the toss and batting 158 for the loss of 4, with Richardson not out on 8, and with him is Orlando. He's not out on 42. The next voice you'll be hearing will be that of Ellie Box, and he'll be joined by Adriel Woody Richards. Actually, they're punishing me. So Ellie Box will take a break, and they'll just welcome back in the great man, Adriel Woody Richards.
I don't know about that great part. It's
I believe at some point in time would have had visions of going to Australia if he hasn't gone as yet. Woody?
I've only passed through.
You've passed through, you've not stopped over. Okay, I'll just complete a couple of deliveries here while you settle in. And they can tell you that Orlando is not on 42 and Richardson on 8. And here's the delivery which Orlando is looking to swing into the leg side, but giving out leg before wicket. So Woody comes back and he brings some charm to the USA side, who badly needed that wicket. And the wicket of 158. They are 158 for a loss of 5. Good time for you to come back, Woody.
Yeah, and Orlando played a very important innings for the Australians because when he went out, while it was Officer who was doing the bulk of the scoring, he needed someone there who could also
Anchor the innings.
Yeah. Orlando came out and started to play some strokes and took the pressure off. Officer as well too. Officer was playing very well, but it just seemed though after he got his 50, it appeared just to slow down a bit and maybe got a bit tired. It's a hot day as here in the Caribbean, so it was important how Orlando went out there and also gave him that kind of support, and they were able to keep the Australian innings going.
Well, he was just replaced by Greg Hoisted, and the Australia side. I'm sure that the USA side will want to restrict them to anything under 100, maybe under 200 or 225 to have a chance at winning their first game. So we'll see how Hoisted go in this partnership with Richardson. And his first delivery, he's across his stumps, allows it to go by to the keeper. Wide signal by the umpire. How have you found the umpire in the tournament, Woody?
I think it's generally been good. Because it's always difficult to judge because we're not necessarily straight on to see, especially the LBW decisions.
Here's Hoisted, who stretches long forward. Reminds me a lot of Mark Ward getting onto that left front leg. And he's sporting the typical Mark Ward hat to keep the sun out of his eyes. Looks good. Make it maybe 6-7. And he tucks it into the leg side in typical Mark Ward fashion. So memories of those great players, Woody.
And earlier, the Officer, as much as he's a tall man, had that a little tinge remind me of Steve Waugh.
And there is Hoisted attempts a typical Mark Waugh shot to sweep it with power down the leg side, makes no contact, through to the keeper. Well taken by the keeper. So Chandrasekharan is in to bowl to Hoisted, and Hoisted is down, advancing down the wicket and chops a full toss back to the bowler. Might have done better with that, and I'm sure he'd be annoyed that he didn't take full advantage of that. But looking to use his feet, which is a good sign. You don't see that these days with the younger batsmen, Woody.
Not at all.
As Hoisted waits on Chandrasekharan and comes long forward, plays it right in front of him. The end of a very, very good over. An over which they got the wicket of Orlando for 42, and Australia have slipped somewhat and slowed down considerably. They're now 160 for the loss of 5 at the completion of over number 31, Woody.
Yeah, but still scoring at a fairly decent clip. They'll be still very happy. It's still above 5 runs and over, which, as I mean, saying throughout the commentary on Wednesday and here today, is par really at the lower levels, in international cricket. A run a ball is what everybody aims for, except maybe a team that is close to our heart. But at this level, 5 runs and over is pretty decent. So
I'm going to throw it back over to you, Woody, as Copeland will continue, captain. And his first delivery stroked into the offside by Richardson, Woody. 160 for 5.
And Richardson there on 8. Hoisted is yet to score. Copeland bowls to Richardson, who drives out towards the mid-wicket fielder but can't score. And the score kept at 160 for 5. We can give you an update of how things have unfolded so far today. As you watch Copeland bringing Richardson onto the front foot, he strokes it out, maybe looking for the run, but played it straight to the fielder. No chance of him getting a run, and the score kept at 160. 4 fielders on the offside, backward point, extra cover mid-off. Those are the 4 fielders as Copeland starting, but maybe just lost his run as a strong gale blows across the field. Here he is now, Copeland bowling to Richardson, who drives firmly back up the pitch, but the bowler equal to it, going down quickly, getting the hand to it and preventing any possibility of a run, and the score remains at 160 for 5. We're in over number 32, the Australia innings, Australian Masters. As this is a lovely shot from Richardson. Delivery overpitched outside the off stump, and he played it all along the carpet, and he will get to the coming for a third run, but have decided against it. Well, Hoisted certainly didn't look as though he was able to make it back. Richardson was very keen on coming for that third run, but Hoisted, I think he's a bit gassed already from those 2 runs.
I think prevention is better than cure there, Woody, especially when you've gone past 60. You know, you and myself, we're getting pretty close there. We're still a little ways off, but we're getting there.
Very much so. This one is played firmly down towards mid-on. We'll get a single here. Richardson Hoisted this occasion, happy to trot through for the run. As another aircraft takes off for Grantley Adams in the distance. So Richardson has gone up now to, he is on 11. And Royston is yet to score. And at the end of over number 32, the Australians who decided to bat, they're 163 for 5.
Yeah, they were going nicely along when Orlando and Officer were at the crease. And it'll be interesting to see that partnership between Orlando and Officer, how much it was worth for the 4th wicket. And just going to employ the services of Mimi, the score. International score she is. I'm sure she will get me that information momentarily. She was heavily requested for this tournament. At first asking.
Top girl.
A top score. We'll continue.
As Richardson plays firmly back past the bowler. Charles second run, giving that one Samir, and it will beat the fielder coming around from long on into the boundary, and that will be 4 runs. And so Richardson playing a lovely drive back past the bowler. He goes up now to 15 and takes a total up to 167 for 5 in over number 33.
I think in order for the USA side to stem the flow of runs, that really needed to be stopped. That's a perfect example of a ball that should have been stopped. So the feeling has not been good. They prefer to try to use their feet than their hands.
Here is Chandrasekharan bowling to Richardson, who was looking to swing across the line. Maybe the umpire signaling probably going outside off stump maybe, or was it going down leg? Looking to swing it into the offside, playing across the line.
I think luckily for him, he hit the bottom of the bat, and
Yeah,
somehow it still funked his way on the offside.
Correct.
So he swung too early.
Read through the scorecard for you in a while as Chandrasekharan bowls to Richardson, who plays the bat firmly to the bowler, who goes down very quickly. Looks very sprightly. Chandrasekharan goes down and prevents any possibility of a run. It's kept at 167 for 5. God, he's got a famous name, Chandrasekharan. As he's in again now to bowl to Richardson, who drives back at the pitch to the bowler. No run. And well fielded there by the bowler.
Sounds Guyanese.
Indian. Chandrasekhar, of course, that famous spinner from India. As this one is given some ear and beaten, deceived by the flight. And also the turn there, Richardson was playing maybe a bit too early. Played in the dark, played forward in the dark. And maybe just coming off the thigh pad and fortunately dropping out into the offside. The score kept at 167 for 5. Here he is, Chandrasekharan bowling to Richardson outside the off stump. No shot offered. End of the over, 167 for 5. Richardson is on 15 and Hoisted yet to score. Just let me quickly go through the scorecard for you. We had Alan Bagor. He was bowled by Michael Griffith for 6. Then Peter Miller was bowled by Griffith for 4. Kent Officer got so far hit the top score 73, 81 balls, 8 fours and 1 6 before he was caught and bowled by Chandrasekharan. Then Sam Davis was a run out for 4. Claude Orlando was LBW to Chandrasekharan for 42. Glenn Richardson was not on 15. Greg Hoisted is there not on no score. 23 extras, including 2 leg byes, 19 wides, and 2 no balls, in a total of 167 for 5 from 33 overs. I'll give you the ball in figures in a minute as we watch Copeland about to start his third over. Said Abi Natvi, 4 overs, no bailings, done for 17. Michael Griffith, 5 overs, no bailings, 2 for 26. Chandrasekharan, 7 overs, no bailings, 2 for 38. Jayaram, 6 overs, no bailings, done for 37. I pause as Copeland starts his third over, the 34th of the innings, and Hoisted plays into the offside, no run. Ahmed, 5 overs, 1 bailed, none for 17. That's Zia Ahmed. Milind Inamdar, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 24. And Copeland, as I said, he's about to start has just started his third over as Hoisted will get off the mark with a shot through the offside. To feel it in that cover, not able to field clean. He went straight through him and Hoisted off the mark with a single. And that takes the total up to 168 for 5 in over number 33. Copeland before this, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 8. Here he is now, bowling outside the off stump to Richardson, who guides this one away down to third man. Chandrasekharan giving chase from backward point. They'll come back for the second run now. And that will take Richardson up to 17. And a total now 170 for 5 in over number 33. The wickets for the Australians going down at 9 in the second over. That was Bagor. Miller, 26 in the 6th over. Davis went in the 19th over to score in 70. Officer went in the 25th over on 135. And Orlando went at 158 in the 31st. Single here for Richardson into the offside. He's up to 18 now. And a total up to 171 for 5. So some important partnerships there for the Australians, anchored by Kent Officer, as this one is turned off the legs now by Hoisted, going down towards the deep fine leg region. The batsman will come back for 2 runs as the keeper, who has to remember that he's probably in the age of 60. That's Barlingay. Must remember that he's in age 60 and not age 16. Giving chase and made a tumble as he was getting close to the ball. So 2 more runs to Hoisted, who's now up to 3, and a total now up to 173 for 5.
A little bit of acrobatic stuff there by the keeper, but all as well it ends well. At our age, would we not going to do that?
No, definitely not.
But I guess he's having fun in the sun, basically.
Yes, I guess so.
It's a lot colder where he lives.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
and there's no going on doing that.
Definitely. Having fun in the sun, you got to be very careful still. You don't want to hurt yourself. This is not a professional engagement. Here is Copeland bowling to Hoisted, who is forward and playing respectfully back up the onside of the pitch. No run, the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 173 for 5. Australia Masters after they won the toss and chose to bat. Richardson there on 18 and Hoisted there on 3. There were 2 important partnerships anchored by Officer. He added 46 for the third wicket with Sam Davis, and then he added a further, and in the most important partnership of the day, 65 with Claude Orlando. And so the Australians have set themselves up for a very competitive total.
Yes, and I think they're going nicely along. Another 11 overs to go. They can press on the accelerator, maybe go at 7 over.
Over number 35 in progress, as they are going to get a second run now to Richardson. He now goes to 20 and a total up to 175 for 5. It's going to be Chandrasekharan to continue bowling from the far end, or the Vaspert Drake's end. This one given some air, and Richardson plays it out towards mid-wicket but can't score. It's kept at 175 for 5. He's got a slip, backward point, cover on the boundary, and then long off as he drives Richardson to long off. Fielder comes to a wrong to his right, picks up and hurls the return into the bowler's end. That'll be a single that takes Richardson up to 21 and a total up to 176 for 5.
And the Australia side motoring on, you will say, at this stage in the process of over number 35. Another 10 after this, and with only 5 wickets down, I'm sure that they're happy at this stage. They're happy of the 2 sides at this stage.
And they'll also, it seems though a player is down. The fielder who's at the long on position, he's down, and I could tell you that, yeah, definitely.
Seems to be a bit of cramp.
Yeah. As I said, even though there's a lovely breeze blowing across the ground, it's still pretty hot out there, and the players, especially some of the players on the American side, maybe not as trim and fit as, you know,
As the
some of
Australian side for
as the
sure.
Australian side for sure. And remember, they're coming from a cold climate. The Australians will have some, you know, they go through
Some hot spots, basically.
some-
Yeah.
I think they don't coming out of their summer months in Australia, so it won't be too bad. But the guys coming from North America, obviously, you know, it will be pretty cold. It's still a bit of winter, some cold fronts passing through every now and again, and we've been experiencing some cold fronts too here as well too in Barbados at night. So I remember I said I saw a guy posted on Twitter some couple of days ago that he was coming across the major highway, one of the major highways here, and the temperature was 19 degrees Celsius
Wow, in Barbados.
in Barbados. Now, people who are listening in places like in Canada, maybe United States, say, well, that's nothing. That's nothing because you got the thermostat that you can turn on and keep you warm. But here in the Caribbean, where we don't have any thermostats, you know, we're not built for that. We don't have thermostats. We don't have any fireplaces. We don't have nothing. So we have to grin and bear it when the temperature dips a little bit. So that's why we complain. So I just want people to understand how things go. Here is Hoisted playing, coming forward. Was looking to play, but then at the last minute decided to leave it alone. Chandrasekharan getting a bit of bounce and turn here. He's giving it some air, but he's also getting the bounce and turn. And as you know, once you get spinners as much as they like turn, the bounce is always the better thing for them. Here is Hoisted playing a lovely shot through squarish cover. That's 4 runs. That had 4 written on it from the time it left the bat. And he looks very nice with playing that shot. Hoisted, he's up to 7 and takes the total up to 180 for 5 in over number 35.
Well, he was given some room to settle in the Austin, and he really pounced on it. And I think at this stage, they're going to capitalize on anything loose. And he played it beautifully, down behind point for 4.
Here is Hoisted playing defensively. Back up along the pitch, no run, the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 180 for 5. We can also update you of a score from the other game. We were told that the West Indies Masters, who were in trouble earlier on at 64 for 4, they've recovered strongly. They're now 185 for 5, with George Harris not out on 95. And of course, as we was telling you on our broadcast on Wednesday, George is a member of the club that plays here at the Four Square Oval, the Pickwick Cricket Club, very famous Pickwick Cricket Club. And so George Harris, left-hander, he's not on 95 and still very much actively playing cricket in the lower divisions of the Barbados Cricket Association club competition.
And visions of making the first century of the tournament.
Very much so. I thought we might have had it from Kent Officer earlier today, but
He looked good, but I thought he got a little tired
yes,
when
I
it
think
mattered
so,
the most.
yeah.
But he just needed a breather, just need to some more liquid, put in some more fuels within the body, you know. But
Yep. I think, as I said, I think maybe he because he carried the bulk of the scoring so heavily in the top half of the innings, probably just ran out of steam a little bit. A delivery outside the off stump. There was Richardson was probably thinking about coming down and then deciding just to stay in his crease and allow the ball to spin by outside the off stump and into the gloves of the keeper. It's 180 for 5. As you watch Copeland continue bowling to Richardson, who is playing this delivery back up the pitch for the bowler to field, and there is no run. Richardson there on 21, Hoisted there on 7. Remember, this is the big man over 60s Caribbean Cup cricket competition being played live and direct from Barbados. Delivery slightly overpitched, and Richardson drives down to deepish mid-on. Will get a single. Underarm return comes in, but Richardson happy to just take 181 for 5. Another aircraft lifts off from Grantley Islands International in the distance. It's always a fascinating sight for us here at Four Square Oval as Hoisted plays into the offside, gets a single, and he now moves up to 8, and the total up to 182 for 5.
yes, and once again the Australians taking it away from the USA side, but with some cheeky running short singles, and then when they play the ball deep into the various offside and leg side, turning ones into twos quite comfortably.
Here is Richardson drives out towards the long on. He'll get another single, taking him along to 23. So where was all this help for Officer earlier in the top half of the innings? Richardson and Orlando have certainly come out and have been very busy at the crease, and maybe they may need to look at their batting order just a bit, just to give Officer a little bit of a breather at the top. But here is Hoisted waiting now for Copeland, who is bowling from the better lane, and delivery brings the batsman onto the front foot, and he strokes it out towards mid-wicket. No run. The end of the over, 183 for 5 it is now at the end of over number 36, with Ken Richardson on 23 and Greg Hoisted on 8. Commentary for the next 4 overs from Linda Yard.
Okay, Woody, you're going to throw it back at me. I'll take it from here. That famous sentence, I'll take it. Made famous by none other than ear drill Woody Richards. I'll take it. So he's tossed it to me. And for the next 4, I'll take you down to the 40. Then I'll take a break. 183 for the loss of 5, Australia. What target you think they will be looking at, Woody?
Well, I would say once they keep
With another
the 5 runs and over,
9 overs.
5 runs and over, 45 more runs, probably 230, 240, somewhere in that region.
And I'm sure that the USA side will want to restrict them under that. One way of restricting them is by getting wickets. And it's going to be Chandra Sekharan to continue. And here's the delivery which is pulled to the fielder at mid-wicket, goes through the fielder at mid-wicket. They take 1. And Richardson, with that single, takes Australia up to 184 for the loss of 5. In the process of the 37th over. Remember, it's 45 over per side. Hoisted comes in the strike. And he has 8 against his name. He's sweeping. There's a P for leg before. Now says the umpire. That's Hoisted. As I said, it reminds me a lot of Mark Waugh. Looking to sweep. It's a low production shot for him. Chandra Sekharan is in. And he is advancing down the wicket and whips it through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. Straightest mid-wicket. They've gone for 1. Mid-wicket is onto it just about now. They've taken 2. And the return is going to come in underarm. Typical at this age barrier. 60 odd. And they take 3. So a healthy 3. The Hoisted that takes him into double figures. He's up to 11. And it brings Richardson back on the strike. Australia. 187 for the loss of 5. A good shot there, Woody.
And I think everybody was celebrating because Hoisted has not been one to take that 3rd run.
Well, Richardson waits on Chandra Sekharan, operating from the Hopefield end or the southern end of the ground. This is tossed up. He goes onto the back foot, allowing the ball to turn if there's any whatsoever. It's slow turn, and he punches it to the fielder at that cover position. There's no run, so short third man backward point cover, sweep on the cover boundary, long off in position. Chandra Sekharan is in, and this one is drilled to the fielder at the standard mid-off position, and they take a single. So run number 188 to the Australians. To continue with the field is a straightish mid-on, mid-wicket, and the field at Screle. Chandra Sekharan is in to bowl to Hoisted, and Hoisted goes back and slaps the delivery out to the fielder on the point boundary, cover boundary, who comes off the boundary, and he ambles the single. 189 for 5. This is over number 37, just having been completed. Australia win the toss and batting 189 for the loss of 5 with Richardson not on 25. With him is Hoisted. He is on 12. And you're live here at the Pickwick ground. Woody?
Yeah, you asked me just now what score I possibly think that the Australians can aim for. And I would just say that the other day, the West Indies Masters, they got up to 250 for 5 here. This pitch seems to be in fantastic condition. We got to give the groundsman, I got to get his name and give him some props because this he's really...
You know him by one name, call him Date Creek.
Okay. Because he
just lives adjacent, just above 6 rows, softball specialist. That's his remains. He's been here for over 8 years. And
But
definitely
he's
knows
rolled out
the rain.
two lovely strips that I've seen so far.
As this delivery from Copeland is drilled through the offside to take one, and Hoisted is going to turn the comeback for two. So into the 90s goes the Australian. 191 for loss of 5 over number 38 in progress of 45 in this West Indies Cricket Masters over 60s, the big man over 60s Cricket Festival 2023. And the latest score in that other game, 195 for 6 with George Harris on 99. Here's the delivery is drilled back to the bowler along the carpet. There is no run, so Hoisted entrenched at 191 for the loss of 5. Here's Copeland into bowl to Hoisted, right arm leg spin, and this one is dragged involuntarily down behind his backward square to take one. They don't contemplate the second. As I said, it wasn't really intended to go. And looking to drive the leg break through the offside. Playing with the inner portion of the bat. And picks up what for him is run number 15. Brings Richardson on straight. He's on 25. And here is Copeland into bowl to Richardson. Richardson is advancing down the wicket. He's a lovely shot through mid wicket. Beautiful shot for 4. Good use of the feet. An attacking shot that carries the Australians up to 196 for loss of 5. Adriel.
Well, this funny old thing in this game of cricket. Earlier, the Americans have put the field in cow corner when Officer and Orlando were batting, and neither batsman had played a shot like that. Richardson has come out this no, there's nobody at cow corner. Richardson plays the first shot into that area for the whole match. So just this funny old good game called cricket.
Mind you, it's a very authentic shot. 196 for the loss of 5. Over number 38 in progress. Copeland moves into bowl to Richardson. And here's a delivery stroke straight to the fielder at the mid-off position. They take a sharp single. And congratulations to George Harris on scoring the first 100 of the tournament. As Copeland comes into bowl to Hoisted, and Hoisted is giving it long handle over mid-wicket. One bounce into the cow corner area for 4. And that's the Australians' 200. So 200 has come up on the board for the Australians. 201 for loss of 5 with 30 to Richardson and 19 to Hoisted. What a way to break the 200, Woody.
And another shot into cow corner for the second time. And so very good tactics here by the Australians. They're looking out to push on. This is probably the last 10, we said the last 10 overs. So they'll look to push on, maybe try to score, not that at 5, but maybe try to go beyond the par 5 or over, maybe try for maybe 8, maybe 10 runs and over, and see if they can get it to anywhere close to 250. But I said the West Indies Masters the other day scored 250 for 5. So maybe they're targeting that as being typical Australian team. They'll want to get past that to say we got the highest total of the tournament.
Well, what I've noticed, Woody, is that neither ball is really threatening. So it'd be interesting to see whether there are some changes coming up, or if it's just going to continue to pull under along and look to get through the overs. Because I think it is one thing to get through the overs, but if you can get wickets, you restrict the scoring, you can peg the scoring back. And the moment the Australians are, I think, about to go into overdrive at 201 for the loss of 5. And having said that, we're going to have a bowling change. Is Abid that's going to come back. Saeed Abid. I'm going to stop short at that. Let's see what he's going to bowl. He's operated from the Hopefield end. And on strike is Richardson. 201 for the loss of 5. Australia at the start of over number 39. The one that tossed and elected to bat in perfect cricketing conditions. The sun is out in all its glory. And Saeed is in. A very short run up, and his first delivery short and pulled away viciously to the field at the mid wicket, and he falls over, and they don't score. So in the end, prevention better than cure. 201 for the loss of 5. Saeed of a very short run from basically alongside the umpire into bowl to Richardson. Richardson tucks it into the leg side, and Hoisted calls him through for the single. The keeper tumbles over, not for the first time tonight, Woody, but I suspect that he's going to use some Bengies.
Oh my God.
Spend a lot of time on the ground.
Or deep heat.
Or deep heat. Speaking about deep heat, and Woody in our time, I think all know they used to use something. They used to use something called ice. Did it really work? It was very cold when applied. As Hoisted is slashing out to the fielder at the backward point, can't score. Actually, the fielder at cover point, at the cover, can't score. 202 for the loss of 5. Did that ice work really, Woody? It was very cold.
Well, yeah, definitely. I will get back to that. There's a famous story about that.
As this delivery from Saeed is tucked into the leg side by Hoisted, they go for a quick single, well run. And we'll get it to it quite easily in the end. 203 for the loss of 5. The Australians in over number 39.
Very much so. And well taken single too. We could probably take that and send that off to a particular team of which we're very much in favour of.
Richardson waits on Saeed Abed, who's into him, gets a little bit short and stands up tall, plays from inside the crease, plays it on the onside, and there is no run. So just one delivery to complete over number 39, Australia. 203 for the loss of 5. As here is Saeed on the way. The ball's a bit wide on the leg side, signaled by the umpire, looking for the extra pace and losing the radar, and gives away a sundry. So 204 for loss of 5, with Richardson not out on 38. He waits on the final delivery of over number 39, and he's advancing down the wicket and drives it.
But straight into the legs of the bowler.
Into the legs of the bowler. So he basically prevents himself from getting a run. What really definitely would have been 2 runs to the field at the long off position ends up being no run. The end of over number 39, Australia up to 204 for loss of 5. Woody.
Yes, what I would say, you asked,
We were speaking about the ice.
Yeah, that story. I remember there's a famous story that goes around. I think it was Jeffrey Dujon, my good friend Jeffrey Dujon. He had been struck on the arm, and so on the arm, on the fingers. Was battling in Australia, as fate would have it, and someone came out. Whoever came out not with the spray, the magic spray as we call it. The person came out with deodorant, a can of deodorant, sprayed it on Dujon, and Dujon said, yes, I feel good. He was ready to, and went on to blaze the ball in, and when he fell asleep back, he said, wait, this is what you carry out? You might carry out deodorant instead of the magic spray.
Magic ice spray.
Yeah, so a famous story that told around the circuit, so these things happen, and so perhaps more in the mind of the batsman than anything else. So we're into the last 5 overs, so I guess I'll give you an ease.
I'll appreciate that. I'll ease out as Griffith eases back into the attack. So we have a bowling change. He replaces Copeland. So I'll leave it with Woody, and he'll be joined by none other than Ellie Box.
Here it's going to be Michael Griffith to continue. This total 204 for 5. Coming up to in the final phase of the innings. The happy 5. Some adjustments to the field from Griffith, who in his opening spell, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 26. He got the 2 early wickets, but was also very wayward. Conceded 12 extras, 10 wides and 2 no balls. Let's see if his radar will be working much better in this final phase. Here he is, bowling to Hoisted down the leg side, and he starts off with what? You guessed it.
A wide. An innocuous delivery, Woody. Not the ideal start at this stage. You're already on the back foot at 205 for 5. And you want to finish tight. And the one way of finishing tight is to contain the batsman, if not get wickets.
So it's now 206 for 5. As he bowls, delivery of fullish length, and Hoisted drives it into the onside, picked up by the fielder coming around from mid-wicket, and the score kept at 206 for 5. And Griffith, here he is now, on his way, bowls to Hoisted, and it swung away behind square. There's a fielder coming in off the backward square boundary. Doesn't feel cleany, but does well enough to limit the batsman to just a single. That takes hoisted up to 21, and the total up to 207 for 5. 207 for 5 it is. Here is Griffith to continue. So George Harris getting his 100 for the West Indies Masters. As Griffith in, bowls to Richardson, who drives into the onside. Will quickly go through for the run, and that's a well taken and well judged single too. Richardson playing it away into mid wicket and quickly going through for the run. And Hoisted responded positively. Good positive run in here from the Australians as Richardson goes up to 31 and a total up to 208 for 5.
So it's just news from the other ground, Woody. 202 for 6, West Indies.
As Griffith bowls to Hoisted on the line of the leg stump and clipped off the pads through square leg. Runs here for Hoisted. There'll be a second run as the fielders are positioned deep. One at deep backward square and one at deep mid wicket. And they had a long run in, maybe about 15 yards or so, allowing Hoisted the opportunity of getting 2 runs. He now goes up to 23 and a total up to 210 for 5. We're in over number 40.
The Invitational 11, they're 139 for 6 or 43 overs against England.
Here is Griffith bowling a full toss and Hoisted looking to swing it away. Makes no contact. Might have just come off the pad and tied it up behind the stumps by the keeper. So it's kept at 210 for 5. So we've got 5 overs left, and you'll have to say that the Aussies will be gunning for that 250 mark, the mark that the West Indians reached the other day here at this ground. I think they probably set out to probably try to overhaul that. As Griffith gets a bowls a delivery rearward down the leg side, another wide, and that takes the total up to 211 for 5.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think if we had to bring in the boundaries, it would make it more competitive for the over 60s? Or the size doesn't matter?
Well, we heard Alan said earlier that in Australia they play with 50-yard boundaries, but they're pretty satisfied. We haven't seen too much. As this one is the field at mid-off, a bad bit of feeling there by that is Ahmad, as Richardson will get 2 runs. That takes him now up to 33, and Hoisted there on 23, and the total up to 213 for 5 as we've come to the end of the 40 overs. As we discussed the size of the boundaries, yes, I guess that I guess they would probably be happy if the boundaries would have been brought in. We got this thing in the Caribbean that we love to play on these big grounds. I don't know why. Even like the under 15 tournament, remember we staged it here in Barbados a few years ago, and I had to tell Jimmy Adams, where are we playing with the boundaries at traditional size, where rather than encourage the stroke play and encourage the youngsters by bringing the boundaries in maybe to 50 or 55 yards. And so but that just seems to be something that we like to do in the Caribbean. We don't want to move the rope, and it's a little bit of we only have one groundsman, and that's maybe a bit of a challenge to get the rope move and all of that sort of thing. So that may be all part of it. But maybe if they brought the ground, or maybe they could have chosen. Well, I don't want to not Pickwick per se, but say maybe choose smaller grounds. Like Wanderers is a
fantastic size.
A nice good size ground.
Races as well.
Races is another good ground you could have played at.
Dover would have been fantastic.
I would more say Brereton, just down the road, just across the way from here. Another interesting ground that they could have played at. That is good size,
right?
And it will give you probably good cricket.
I said Dover because of the heart of the tourism and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
another run there for Hoisted, who now moves up to 24, shot through cover, total up to 214 for 5. As we watch this
lovely shot
is
Richardson.
Richardson gets a few more runs. out towards long on. They're going to come back for the third run. And good work there by the two Australian batsmen.
These guys are really drilled well, Woody.
Well, the Australians are always drilled well, aren't they?
Even at 60.
Even at 60. 34 to Richardson, 27 to Hoisted, 217 for 5 now in the 41st over.
They really want to overtake that 250 made by West Indies on Wednesday.
As this one is turned into the mid-wicket region by Hoisted, can't score, and it remains at 217. So side bowling from the Fastbert Drake's end. Couple steps and he's in and bowls, and Hoisted is onto the front foot, strokes this one out towards extra cover, can't score, and it's kept at 217 for 5. We're in over number 41 of the Australian innings as we watch side bowling, and he's Hoisted is using his feet, and when he gets there, whips it away through mid-wicket, will get a run, takes him along to 25, and the total up to 218 for 5. Still saying that the Australians maybe need to look at their batting order because all the free-flowing batsmen have seemed to come in the bottom half of the innings as Richardson turns this one away towards mid-wicket, can't score. It's kept on 218 for 5 after 41 overs with Richardson there on 36, Hoisted on 25. The Australian Masters, after they won the toss and decided to bat, they've so far lost Alan Bagor for 6, Peter Miller for 4. Kent Officer so far has the top score of 73, 81 balls, 8 fours and 1 6. Sam Davis made 4, and Claude Orlando made 42. And at the moment, Richardson is there on 36, Hoisted on 25. And they have so far put on 60 for the 6th wicket after Orlando was dismissed with the score of 158 for 5 in the 31st over.
18 for 5. Very, very interesting score here by Australians. I can tell what they'll be gunning for that 250 that West Indies made on Wednesday.
And here is Griffith bowling to Hoisted, who's looking to swing it away. Makes no contact. Another wide from Griffith. If he didn't concede a wide, his name would not be Griffith.
The Americans are certainly contributing to this 250.
Yeah, as I said, it seemed to be something that a part of the game that maybe the teams coming from North America haven't really paid a lot of attention to. Yeah. As Hoisted drives firmly to the field out at mid-off. They're going to come back for the second run. Richardson is coming. The throw is on its way to the bowler's end. And Richardson was very positive about that after the fielder at mid-off. That's Ahmad. Didn't feel cleanly. And they went through for the first run. Hoisted was satisfied to come for just one. But Richardson turned and pushed and came back for the second run. And so 2 more runs to Hoisted. He's now 27. It's 220 for 5. Here is Griffith bowling to Hoisted. And he flicks it away or behind square for a run. He's now up to 28. And the total up to 221 for 5. This is really going well for...
Hoisted is 31 and Richardson is 34.
Oh, sorry, 30, sorry. 31, sorry. Maybe I just got a couple runs mixed up there.
Yeah.
28 extras, 23 wides in there. And majority of them bowled by Griffith, who's on his way in again now to bowl to Richardson, who's down the pitch. And when he gets there, plays it out towards the wicket and quickly goes through for the run. The return comes in at the bowler's end, but he was safely home. And though the ball might have just hit him on the ankle or somewhere at the back of his foot.
Richardson still has a bit of speed in him, Woody.
Very much so. We saw that. We saw Richardson reminds you as well to about Singh, Roy Singh. Very sprightly fella.
I think Richardson and Singh is the pair that I would put together.
I hear you. Here is Griffith in now, bowls, and this one is swung away towards the 5-length region for 4. Another wayward delivery from Griffith and Hoist. both batsmen are on 35. So Hoisted, who had started a bit slowly, has now certainly increased the tempo, and he's now gone to 35, and a total up to 227 for 5 in the 42nd over.
If you remember on Wednesday, I think it was the same how he said, subject to correction, when Australia batted, he was the one that played that anchor role on Wednesday.
As Griffith bowls and Hoisted goes for a big drive. The ball peels off a thickish outside edge and goes out towards the fielder in at backward point, and he's out caught. So Hoisted looking to go big, looking to go deep, and in the end, not timing it well. The ball spiraling in the air, and the catch taken by the fielder coming in from deep cover. Sorry, not from deep cover, from cover point. They would have to be trying to work out who the fielder is. And so another wicket, Australia lose another wicket, their 6th wicket, and in over number 42, they're 227 for 6. Hoisted going for 35, a well-played innings, well-crafted, and the Australians will be very happy with the effort that he's put in.
Indeed. I got my days mixed up there. I was sorry on Wednesday. It was actually on Monday when England and Australia faced off here at the Four Square Oval. And it was Hoisted and Orsa played a fantastic role for Australia in that victory.
I think it was actually Jairam who took the catch. Jairam with the number 99 jersey on. So Jairam, the one who took the catch off Griffith, who's now got his 3rd wicket. So he's been successful
In the wides and the wickets.
in the wides and the wickets. The 2 W's.
The 2 W's. the
2
2 WN.
Yeah, 227 for 6.
New batsman in is Steve Moore.
And let's see how well he will do. As Griffith bowls to him now on the line of Leicester and turned away towards the 5-leg region. Runs here for Moore. Fielder on a deep backward square boundary has a long chase around, and that will be 2 runs to Moore to get him off the mark and take the Australians up to 229 for 6 at the end of over number 42.
West Indies now just getting the update. They're 224 for 6. So the boys flying at the moment.
Well,
what a recovery.
very much so. So both the Australians and the West Indians doing well here. Both going neck and neck, if you want to call it that.
So George Harris being run out for 119 runs. 225 for 7 now the score.
And so that's just 2 runs behind the Australians.
I can tell
Well,
you.
4 runs behind the Australians for the day. So let's see who will finish with the top score for today. We know the West Indians have already got the top score in the tournament so far,
Yeah, and individual score as well.
and the top individual score. I don't think anybody will get 100 in the last 3 overs here for the Australians. As
Shot.
side balls outside the off stump, and Richardson slaps this down to the field on the cover boundary. They're going to come back for the second run as the return comes in. In the old days, they'll say 1 for the throw. And we all know it wouldn't be a very strong throwing. And Richardson deciding, yes, I'll come back for the second run. And he goes up now to 37 and take Australia up to 231 for 6. So they're doing pretty well here, the Australians. As Richardson waits now for side, and he's down the pitch and he drives through wide-ish mid-on. That will beat the fielder coming around to his right. That's Jairam, it looks like. And that will go into the boundary for 4. A lovely shot by
Indeed.
Richardson, using his feet well, get into the pitch of the delivery and drive it. Common sense, really. Something I would say missing from
And all quickening shots, Woody.
something missing from cricket in these parts. As this delivery forces Richardson onto the back foot, and he forces his one away to the fielder coming in off the deep extra cover boundary, and he comes back for the second run. Shows
These
positive
guys are
intent
not
again.
playing around. These guys are really taking
Two more
advantage.
runs, 43 he goes up to now, and the total up to 233 for 6. As we watch side in again now to bowl to Richardson, who's down the pitch when he gets there, he misses, looking for the big drive, appeal for a stumping, but not able to complete it in time. Richardson able to get back in time for his before he was stumped. Here is Said to continue from the Vaspert Draits end, bowling to Richardson, who's back and steers this one away towards third man. This is going to be a bit of a challenge for the fielder in that backward point. That's a Griffith, it looks like. The bats will come back for the second run. So 2 more runs to Richardson. He's up to 45. And so he'll be eyeing a 50.
10 off the over so far, would he?
Wow. Pretty expensive.
Indeed.
235 for 6.
He's on 45, Richardson.
So 5 more for his 50. More at the non-strikers end. It's been really a spectator for this whole over.
Nice
He's on 2.
breeze.
Richardson waits now as he's down the pitch and look at the plate into the onside. It comes off the pad. Maybe Lucas looking for the single to keep the strike, but not able to make any contact. The end of the over at the end of it, 235 for 6 Australia Masters after they decided to bat.
Yes, please. So the Australians, they are lining up that 250 mark. Very nice breeze coming across the ground as well. Australia will be very comfortable in these conditions. These are conditions that they're accustomed to back home. No different here in Barbados. And so they'll be right at home. However, we'll see how the Americans fare when their time comes to bat. I had a look at the pitch as well when he went out. Nice and hard. Great surface for batting. Clearly seen here by the Australians with the likes of Officer and Richardson cashing in on the good conditions here today at 4 Square Oval.
Well, certainly all the batsmen who've come for Australia towards the second half of the innings have played very well. As that is a wide from Ahmad. So that was
Zia Ahmad.
up to 236 for 6. Here is Ahmad in again now to bowl to Moore, who bunts away a full toss to cow corner, as we would say. And that's 2 runs for Moore. He's up now to 4. And a total up to 238 for 6. 242?
242 for 6.
242 for 6. Wow. I'm missing some runs. 242 for 6. Here is Ahmad in again now, bowling to
Well
Moore, who
played.
steers this one away to the fielder at backward point and quickly goes through for a run.
Who
And,
does that start remind you of, Woody? A guy called Sir Carol. That late dab.
I'm sure you were, I figured out that's who you meant, but I was waiting for you to say so.
Sir Carol Hooper. The latest of the late.
Here is Ahmad bowling now to Richardson down the leg side and
Missing
a
on the
wide
stumping.
and an opportunity for stumping, but the keeper wasn't able to gather the ball, and so another extra to the total 244 for 6. Here is Ahmad in again, outside the off stump, and it's dabbed away there by Richardson, and he will get a single, and he will now move up to 46, Glenn Richardson, and the total up to 245 for 6.
245 for 6, Woody.
Moore is on 5, as he's coming to strike now, and waits as Ahmad bowls to him now. He's down the pitch and drives, but straight to the fielder. That's the Copeland, no run. Score remains at 245 for 6. So we've got 1 more over to go after this, as Ahmad is in and bowls to
Sweeping.
Moore who swings the deep mid square leg, and that'll be 4 runs. And that will take the Australians up now to 249. 249 for Richardson on 46. And that 250 made by the West Indies here on Wednesday, it looks as though it will be eclipsed in the next couple of deliveries.
Well,
I told you that seemed to have been their mission today, the Australians.
I remember the West Indies still they're in the hunt for 250 as well down the road. So
We'll see.
They may be also looking to eclipse that 250 as well.
We'll see how that goes. You have a later score so far?
I'll get that for you shortly.
As Ahmad to bowl the final delivery of the over, and more swings, but to the true mid wicket, the fielder there didn't handle it well, and fortunately for him, there's a fielder in at what we will call cow corner, and that will bring up the 250 for the Australians. Moore goes to 10, 250 for 6 Australia after 44 overs, so 1 over remains. And it'll be interesting to see what the final target will be.
Indeed. 250 for 6. The Australians are batting quite well. Richardson out in the middle along with Stephen Moore. Looking to get up to that 250 mark. They've reached it now. Like you said, where there's only a matter of time to see what that final score will be. 250 for 6, the latest score here at the 4 square oval.
So Richardson needs just 4 runs to get to his 50, and that will also be something of interest for the Australians. So and they've been able to achieve quite a few. They have been able to get the 250 mark, as we see the groundsman just about to pass in front of our commentary position. Very good strip here, sir. As we watch now, as it will be side to bowl to start the final over, and Richardson turns it into the onside for a single, and that will take him on to 47, and a total up to 251 for 6. Moore, sorry, that's Moore, sorry, who was on strike, so he's on 11. So Richardson, he's now in strike, he's on 46, and he waits for side. Bowls to him now, bowls a shortish delivery, pulls it around to mid wicket. He's going to run 2 for that.
Guaranteed.
And that
I'd
will
love
take
to
him-
see him sing batting.
That would take him up to
I
48.
think we'd have a very exciting innings of running between the two.
253 for 6. And he just needs 2 for that 50. And I'm sure again we will hear another warm round of applause for Glenn Richardson. Saeed, as we've lost the brilliance of the sunshine here at 4 square oval, he's down the pitch and he drives down towards long off. They're going to get 1. They're going to push for the second run as the underarm return comes in. And Richardson will get to his 50 and take the Australians up to 255 for 6. So there you heard the applause from his teammates in the pavilion. He's on to 50 from 59 deliveries with 4 fours.
West Indies are 232 for 8.
Side bowls, a delivery that Richardson drives firmly to the left of the bowler who
Coming
stuck
back
out
for
the
2?
hand, and they'll come back for a second run.
Oh,
And that will take Richardson up to 52 now. And that will push the Australians even further past 250. They're now at the 257
7 off the over so
for
far.
6. We've got 2 deliveries left in the over.
Yep. Last 3 deliveries were 2s.
And let's see what these last 2 deliveries will be. A delivery which is of fullish length and going to drive it hard into the ground. Was probably looking to go back towards that field that long off and probably get another 2. But again, that shows you just cricketing sense. Right, Philip? So that we talk about a lot. About a team that is very close to us. As Richardson, slightly over pitch delivery and whips it away into the mid-wicket region, will get the single. And that will take him up to 53. And that will bring us to the end of the Australian innings. They finish at a competitive 258 for 6 from their 45 overs. A fine knock from Glenn Richardson, getting them over the hump. And that, as we said, eclipsed the score of the West Indies the other day here at the Four Square Oval. So the Australians finishing on 258 for 6. And we can probably run through the scorecard for you.
Yeah, you had Alan Bogor and Peter Miller opening the batting. Alan Bogor, the first to go, he went for 6 off 5 deliveries. Peter Miller, he made 4 off 18. The highest score of the morning went to Kane Officer, but he was caught on board by Charles Sacred for 73 off of 81 deliveries. Sam Davis, some 4 runs off 13. Claude Orlando, 42 from 51 deliveries. Glenn Richardson, well, he came not out, 53 off 62. Greg Hoisted, he made 35 off of 35. And Stephen Moore, he came not out, 11 off 7. 30 extras, and the final score after he winning the toss and electing to bat Australia, 258 for 6. Well, those bowling figures, not much to shout about over there. Saeed Abed Nagvi, he bowled 8 overs, no maidens, none for 42. Michael Griffin, 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 46. He was the pick of the bowlers, Woody. Chada Sekaran, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 51. Sankar Jayaram, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 37. Zaya Ahmad, 6 overs, 1 maiden. So we only had 1 maiden being bowled, and that came from Zaya Ahmad, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 28. Milin Inamdar, he bowled 4 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Wayne Copeland, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 27. So they will require 259 from 45 overs for victory, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by for that run chase when we return after lunch. Just to give you an update from the other cricket going on, West Indies, they are 233 for 9 in 43.2 overs. That's against the rest of the world. And in the other game, that is England. They're up against Invitation 11. They're Invitation 11 batting. They made 146 for 9 off of their 45. So we will return after lunch to see the run chase of the USA. They require 259 for victory. We'll see you then.
And welcome back to the action here at the Fourth Square Oval for part 2 of this all-important encounter featuring Australia and the United States of America, who will be chasing down a target of 259 and say welcome back to Eddie Box.
Yes, please. The first man to get it going, it looks like Ridge, Stuart Ridge, that is, in number 8 jersey. Starting it off from the Alpha Bethlehem. And he will be bowling up to, you have those two opening batsmen there for us.
Gregory is at the non-strikers end and Abid is on strike.
Gregory on strikers end.
And Abib is on strike, as in Saeed Abib. Not V.
Not V.
So here's the first delivery.
And he comes Ridge to bowl to Syed. Syed gets a delivery just about on the off stump, and there is actually a dead ball signal by the umpire. So we're yet to get off with the start. 259 to get, ladies and gentlemen, for victory, United States of America. They've played 2 games and yet to get off the mark in terms of points. So here we go. First ball of the day, of the afternoon after lunch. Ridge to both sides down the leg side, a wide. And I'll put that down to the full Yardy. Ridge looking to get back into it.
Well, he's got to work himself into a rhythm. As I said, a little heavier in the midriff at the moment.
And he comes again, passes the umpire once more. The ball up to Syed. Syed is forward and looking to work it. Actually, did he get some bottom? That we have to wait and see from the umpire. What I can tell for sure is that they've completed 1 run. A leg by signal now by the umpire. So 1 run added to the score to push it up to 2. So we had 1 wide and then 1 leg by. 2 runs, 2 extras to get us going. And the man to take strike, Gregory.
Gregory.
That is Karasiolo. Karasiolo. Am I correct in saying that, Mr. Yard? You think?
I will look it up.
Storage. The ball is in hand and a very attacking field the Australians have set here. 2 slips and a gully, a backward point, cover, extra cover. Sorry, a cover, a mid off, a mid wicket, and a man at short fine leg. In comes Ridge, passes the umpire to bowl up to Gregory. And I'll be contented to call him by his first name. 2 without loss. We're in over number 1, being bowled by Stuart Ridge from the Alpha Bethlehem.
Yes, and remember, if you just joined us, Australia massed 258 of their 45 overs.
In comes Ridge once more. Pass the umpire to bowl up Gregory. Gregory is playing this one really off the crease. He's neither forward or back. Just a short step forward, and there's no run.
258 for 6, led of course by 73 by Kent Officer. 81 deliveries, 8 fours and 1 6 in his innings.
As Stuart moves away from his marker once more, passes up to the umpire, ball up Gregory. Gregory has a foolish delivery to first slip and goes. It was a lovely delivery, just touching down on about middle and off. And like I said, Gregory's neither forward nor back. Just pushed the back at it, took the leading edge and went out to first. That was a lovely take. Australia getting the first wicket.
Yes, and hoisted taking the catch at first slip. He never looked comfortable with the left-handed Gregory. Spotted his first delivery and ended up following the delivery. Pretty open stance and just trying to get bat on the ball and ended up giving a simple catch to Hoisted, who took it comfortably at first slip. And America are already in trouble in response to a total of 258, of which 53 came from Glenn Richardson, 62 deliveries, 4 fours in his knock, and three other meaningful contributions. Claude Olander, he got 42, 51 deliveries, 4 fours. Then there was knocks of 35 by Greg Hoisted, who just took the catch, 35 deliveries with 3 fours, and extras were healthy 30 And that really is not going to help the USA cause, as Surrey, with the number 5 in his back, makes his way to the crease. And chasing down a total of 259, they're already in trouble with 1 wicket down. And not a lot of runs on the board, only 2 runs on the board to be exact. Bowling for the United States, I could tell you that Michael Griffith, he picked up 3 for 46, having sent down, 3 for 46, having sent down some 7 overs, no maidens. 2 for 51, the figures of Chandra Sekharan of 9 overs, 2 for 51 of 9 overs to be the only bowlers to take 2 wickets or more in the innings. And wickets fell at, I'll give you the short spells, wickets fell at 1 for 9, 2 for 26, 3 for 70. So that partnership was worth 44. From 3 for 70, it had another partnership of 65, and 4 for 135, 5 for 158, 6 for 227. And already, USA in some trouble. 2 runs on the board, 1 wicket down, and over number 1 is yet to be completed.
In comes short once more, passes the umpire the ball up to the new batsman, and that is Ravi Suri. Well, to put some perspective on it, Yardy, Australia lost some early wickets as well when they batted. The first wicket fell in the second over.
At 9, but they recovered well. The whole partnership is down the middle. So
well, we'll see if America can do the same thing. In comes Ridge once more. The ball Ravi rocks a struck on the pad, and only a stifle appeal behind the stump from the keeper for a slip. Umpire Green saying this, that is not out. And at the end of over number 1, the score now is
2 for 1.
2 for
And
the loss of 1.
shouts of nice bowling there from the Australian camp. Suspect that's one of the wives in the Australian camp. And she was spot on with that last delivery because it did jag back and caught Surrey on the back foot. Didn't get enough time to get in line and might have gotten a little inside edge, luckily for him, and seemed to definitely defeated by the pace on that occasion. So you would need to be careful. And a good over to start there by Stuart Ridge. And it looks to be DeMello who's going to take it up. Sid DeMello, he's going to come from the Hopefield end with Australia on top. And this is the Vaspert Drake's end. Now, ask me not to like that, but I like the Hopefield end better. I look at straight into Hopefield, don't look straight into Vaspert Drake's.
Sid DeMello. He has 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, a mid on, a mid off, man short, fine leg, and a man just in front of the square. So they're saying to Syed that he has being struck just outside. So he has all of the leg side to go. A lot of real estate on the leg side, Yardy.
Well, it means that they're trusting the Mellow to bowl the ball on the line of the Austin and ask the batsman to go across the line. He starts well, as thick as outside edge, luckily, and then carried to the first slip.
In comes the Mellow once more to bowl the Syed. Syed is back and punching this one into the cover region, and there is no reason. Well fielded by the man there in the covers.
And it is a very good attacking field as well because they don't have to
Indeed.
sweep on the boundary, but they just ask him to hit the ball through the offside. So they're now employing 2 slip in a very short gully.
Indeed. In comes the Mellow once more. In he comes to bowl up to Syed, and Syed is pushing the bat at this one. Both feet anchored to the ground, no foot movement whatsoever, and pushes this one into the leg side, and there's no run. 2 for the loss of 1. Australia versus US of A, right here in the southeastern part of Barbados that we call this part St. Philip. In comes the Mellow once more to bowl up to Syed, and Syed is on the back foot and playing this into the offside, and there is no run. Right here at the 4 square oval, just below 6 roads in St. Philip, if you're familiar with the island.
I think if you're inviting listeners to understand, just here, to the right, to the left of the airport.
In comes the Mellow and just passing the outer part of the bat, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. That is Claude Orlando, the wicket keeper for Australia. as the middle turns on once more, toughest mark, past the umpire, goes up to Syed, and Syed is back again, and again looking for that shot, makes no connection, and at the end of over number 2, chasing 259
59 to win.
to win, there are 2 for the loss of 1.
And I got over there sent down by DeMello. I thought even originally that he was bowling off spin, but then he lengthened his run a little bit and he's bowling a little bit of a medium pace. Seems to be doing a little bit with the ball, and we see whether the batsman can get into him early and hit him off line. But noticeably, the Australians, in typical Australia fashion, are on the attack with a 6-3 field to start with from the southern end of the ground, as Stuart Ridge is going to continue, and he's operating with a 5-4 field.
In he comes again, once more. To ball the batsman is on the front foot and playing that one into the leg side. And there is no run. 2 for 1, it will remain. Remember, 2 teams doing battle for you here today. United States up against Australia. And they're desperate to get some points on the board. In comes Ridge once more. To this delivery batsman is back, and look at the punch this one into the offside. Makes no connection. 2 batsmen out. In the middle, we have Saeed Abid Nagvi and
Nakvi.
Nagvi.
Yeah, and AQ.
Here he comes again. Beaten this one.
Surrey. It is Surrey and
Ravi
Nakvi.
Surrey.
Ravi Surrey on strike.
Surrey yet to get some bat on ball here in this over. Stewart on a good line of length. He'll have to beat Stewart off this lane if he wants to offset Stewart. And he comes against Stewart. Gets the inner part of the bat into the leg side, and there's no run. A very quiet start here by the Americans. When the Australians batted, to be fair, they started a bit slow as well, but they picked up through the middle overs and picked up very well. Can the Americans do it today? We'll have to wait and see, as we see Surrey riding tall and pushing this one into the leg side. And he's getting no runs. Stuart Ridge, a well-drilled oil Australian machine. We are seeing here at the 4-square oval as Ridge departs from his marker. The pass the umpire, the ball up to Surrey. And Surrey is forward. And at the end of over number 3, score 2 for the loss of 1.
Yes, and Australia continue to dominate the game, having amassed 258 for 6 off their 45 overs after winning the toss, and immediately having some success in the very first over. And already the Americans, they're trying to pace themselves, but they have been set back with the loss of the very early wicket of Gregory, who never looked prominent, the left-hander. And now these two will try to do a repair job, and they'll first of all have to transfer the pressure from themselves. At the moment they're soaking it up, and they're still looking for that first win of the tournament in brilliant conditions.
It's true, very true. In comes the ball up to Saeed, and Saeed is playing this one off the crease into the leg side, and there is no run. When DeMello first picked up the ball, I had the impression that he was a spinner, but as he got comfortable, his run up has gotten longer. And he comes again to ball up to Saeed, and Saeed is forward and plays it back on the pitch, and DeMello does his own fielding.
He reminds me of a bowler who plays locally at the highest level and drags that back leg. He doesn't run through his final stride. He drags the back leg for his delivery stride. I was thinking of Rain Cram PR, but he delivers off the wrong leg. What we see is the wrong leg.
And he comes again in the middle to both Saeed, and Saeed is playing this into the offside. They won't get the runs going at this rate. And Australia, they are not backing off, especially with this very aggressive field. This very aggressive field that they have set 2 slips and a very short gully.
Right.
In comes the middle again to both Saeed. Saeed is forward. playing it down the ground, just there to mid on, and there is no run.
Yes, I just got some help there from Philip. There's two Max Walkers and Charles Max Walker Aline, who would have played for the local side here, and of course the Australian. So yes, with that drag action, the very last on the delivery stride, it doesn't follow through.
Here he goes again to pull to the side and said, play this one into the offside. So very quiet start here by the Americans. Like I said, trying to rebuild after losing that very early wicket, but at least should be trying to at least rotate to get those ones and twos. You ready?
Yeah, that is definitely has to come into play at some point in time.
The Mellow, in he comes once more to both the side and side forward, inside edge onto the pad and Strickles onto the offside. And at the end of over number 4, the score still 3 for the loss of 1.
2 for 1, of which 3 of those 4 overs are maidens. So we have 3 consecutive maidens. And a good start by DeMello, but I would like to see the batsman at least looking to get into him rather than just letting him come and hit on the line. He's not bowling as at the pace of, say, Stuart Ridge. So I think you can take a chance to him. What I like about him is that he's not bringing the ball in that driving area. He's holding his line and his length in one particular area. But with a 6-3 feel, I think you could apply some pressure to him by taking the attack to him.
In comes Ridge once more to pull up to that is Surrey. Surrey leaves this one and let it goes by to be taken by Orlando, the keeper. And there's no run. 2 for 1. We're in over number 5. Being bowled by Storage from the Arthur Bethel end. In comes Ridge once more to ball up Surrey. And Surrey's forward. Big expansive drive and misses it. Goes between bat and pad and take it cleanly by the keeper and there's no run. So saying that you call that in over there, the Vasper Drake saying you already called it what?
Yeah, me call it the Vasper Drake and I call it the Hopefield end.
And what you call this in here?
The Rum Refinery end.
Rum Refinery. So he already has his
What
own
end is
names
this, Mimi?
for the ground.
It's the Arthur Bethel end.
In. We saw a duck ball there again. So very, very quiet start. I don't believe that this is the game plan that the Americans would have spoke about in their game changing room. In comes Ridge once more. Passes the umpire to ball up to Shuri, and Shuri way far apart from the pad, but he gets it around the corner down to backward square and they'll come back for 2. So 2 added to the score to push up to 4. 4 for the loss of 1. We're in over number 5, being bowled by Stuart Ridge from the Alpha Bethel end. Stuart in the number 8 jersey. You'll be sure that he will want to get back on track. In he comes to bowl up to Surrey, and Surrey is again forward and again just trying to work this one into the leg side, this time in front of square, and they'll get no run. Australia will be very pleased with this start. Just about 4 minutes or so, along with a wicket. Could not want a better start than this. So Stuart departs from his marker to bowl up to Surrey. Surrey gets up for the ball him. So Surrey goes losing his castles to Ridge. He was always asking questions, Ridge, and Surrey eventually surrendering his wicket to Stuart Ridge. America now losing their second wicket. 4 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and Ridge through the offside. However, his left leg was very much pointing towards the mid-on position and deceive. And I think it was some inward movement, but he was in a very awkward position and he neither got bat nor pad close to the ball. And in the end, he lost his leg stump. His centering leg stump, the bail coming off, and the leg stump rocked back. So soft dismissal. And at this stage, you'll say the Australians are firm favourite to win this game as the struggle continues for the USA, who are 4 for 2, having been 1 for 1 or 2 for 1. You know, in Barbados, we have 4 for 10.
Especially these hot conditions. 4 for 10 would do great now. Those pretty little green bottles.
So the new batsman in with number 11 in his back. I'm sure Mimi will attempt that. She doesn't want to attempt it. Is Abe Maheshwari.
Sorry.
Maheshwari. Maheshwari.
You're the better man.
Well,
ready?
they always tell me when you find a word, you break it down in syllables. Maheshwari, number 11. Abe, as in Abhay, and he will face. He's at the number strike, at the non-strikers end.
Struck on the pad. Stuff for people for LBW. Umpire saying not out.
So it's Balange, the keeper.
Balange.
Yeah, Balange. A lot easier to pronounce.
In it comes once more the mellow. Pass the umpire to bowl up to that is. So this is Saeed, right?
Yes.
Yes. Saeed punching down the ground, and they're coming back for the second run and getting it quite comfortably. So 2 added to the score, 6 for 2. We're in over, number 6 being bowled by Sid DeMello from the Vasport Drake's end. If you're just tuning in with us, good afternoon to you. Good morning in Australia. Two teams doing battle for you this afternoon. Australia, you're up against America, US of A, here at the 4 square oval ground. 258 Australia made. US of A, they require 259 for victory. They are 6 for 2. DeMello, ball in hand. In he comes to bowl up to Sid, and Sid is forward and plays it into the leg side. This field is very, very aggressive here by the Australians. 6 for 2. Any updates for us in those other games? In comes the medal once more, passes the umpire to bowl up to Said, and to this day Said is back and Saeed, back and playing this one into the offside. They'll come for one, and you can see the difference between the US of A and Australia. These shots, Australia were getting twos for these shots.
Well, you had to notice that Saeed never got out of first gear. So the rest of the world, 21 and 5 overs. That's in response to a massive total of 247. So
wow.
tall order for them to climb. Similarly, the USA, a mountain here. England 39, chasing 147. So I think they'll be pretty just two sides at the moment. They're playing at the BNOC ground.
Just down the road from us.
And the first game mentioned was at the Wanderers ground, adjacent to Bridgetown.
The Mellow.
And we are next to the airport.
Indeed. I feel familiar with the ground because it's 6 roads, Yari. In comes the Mellow to pull up to. Give me some help with that name again.
Maheshwari.
Maheshwari. I think I'm gonna have to answer some English lessons, Yardy. Well, at the end of over number, that is 6.
Only 7 on the board. 2 wickets down. And Australia at the moment firm and in control. And just to give you some bowling figures for Sid DeMello. And it will be coming up shortly. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 3. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 3. And his partner, actually that's Stuart Ridge with 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 3. And Sid DeMello, 3 overs, 2 maidens. And he's picked up none for 3. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 3. So they've been extremely tight. And what's important is that Stuart Ridge, the man with the ball in his hand, has picked up some wickets. And he starts in from the northern end. The balls will be right up, struck on the pad as a P for leg before. Not out says the umpire as Nak V finds himself playing from the crease. So the reluctance of the USA batsman to come onto the front foot, especially to DeMello is somewhat puzzling. Not so for Stuart Ridge, who's got good height and seems to have a little bit of gas left in the tank. And he steams in, goes past the umpire just about now. Bowls to Nakvi, and Nakvi is steering it off the edge down to the gully. Knocked down by the fielder. And there was no run. Squared up by the delivery. Thought move out a little bit. And in all fairness to the batsman, he found himself in a square on position. Not getting at on the inside of the ball, actually staying to the side of the delivery. Rich with his tail up. And he starts in over number 4 to bowl to Nakvi, and Nakvi is tucking it away down to the field at short fine leg. Brilliantly stopped there by the fielder. And good bit of fielding. So Rich operated with a 5-4 field, slipping position. A gully. There is a point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg and a short fine leg. He starts in, goes past the umpire and bowls to Nakvi, and Nakvi comes onto the front foot and plays it down the onside. There is no run. And it is all Australia. If you are just joining us, they're chasing down a target of 259. Looks a Moncton at the moment, as the USA in over number 7 are 7 for 2. And Stuart Rich shortens his run, goes past the umpire just about now, bowls to the right-handed Nakvi, and Nakvi is beaten outside the off stump, beautifully bowled, weight taken off the ball. And there's Nakvi again, the cardinal sin, both feet together, feet on top of the crease, and not making any contact. So it's been a brilliant spell by Stuart Ridge. If he continues this way, I suspect he could very well challenge for playing the senior side. As the junior senior side, he bowls a beautiful Yorker. And there's the batsman again, playing from the crease down the onside. The end of a superb over. And with the end of that over, Stuart Ridge has now sent down 4 overs, 2 maidens, and he's picked up 2 for 3. And no doubt, Sid DeMello will continue. He sent down 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 3. Speaking about Sid, we also have Sid Abed Nakvi. He is now on 3, and with him is Shandakant Barlinge, who is yet to score, the keeper. So seems as though we can have a bowling change. Is it? No, we don't have a bowling change. It's still DeMilo who's in a delivery, which is tucked away down to short fine leg. There's no run. So an interesting choice of shot there by Barlinge. Both feet together, delivery that came down on the line leg stump. Might have whipped it around the corner, but he elected to get inside the wicket and turn it straight to the fielder on the carpet. There is no run. USA 7 for 2. This is over number 8 of 45. The target 259. DeMello from the Hope field end goes past the umpire to bowl to Barlinge, who stretches long forward, gets a full toss and pokes it back to the bowler. So the batsman making heavy weather of it at the moment. They're not transferring the pressure, hence they're going to soak up the pressure. And there's only one thing that happens when with pressure. Pressure bursts pipes. So at some point in time, something's got to give. 7 for 2. DeMello looks for his first wicket. Short delivery, also beautifully cut away. Lovely shot. Down to backward point. Could run close to the boundary. Will run into the boundary just about now. So a lovely shot by Barlinge. If that boundary up to 11 for 2 in over number 8. So the over is pretty much running a good race with the scorecard. 11 for 2, seeking 259. They have all but 45 overs for which to get them. Another 8 wickets remaining. And Australia with an all-out attack. 2 slips in the gully, they go down. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and the square leg. As the Mellows in and he plays it cheekily through the second slip. They've gone for 1. They're going to go for 2. The ball is going to go pretty close to the boundary and it crosses the rope now. So, unfortunately, we played and went through the second slip fielder. Really should have stopped it. Cheeky shot there by Barlinge, but nonetheless, fortune favors the brave. He's up to 8. DeMello, before this 3.5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. And he will look to finish his 4th over with a wicket. And he moves into both of Barlinge, who's just hit him for 2 boundaries. And he stretches forward, plays it back down the onside. There is no run. And the over will momentarily come to an end. So at the moment, these two looking to do a repair job. Barlinge in at 4. And the mellow comes up, goes past the umpire, and Barlinge is stretching forward. Even before he delivered the delivery, he was onto the front foot. He survives at the end of over number 8, seeking a target of 259 after Australia made 258 for 6 off their 45 overs. I can tell you the USA, they are 15 for the loss of 2, 8 overs done and dusted.
Well, remember that this tournament is brought to you with both sponsors of Blue Waters, BTMI, Bajan Vending, and Atlantic Marketing. This is the over 60s big man competition sponsor brought to you right here in Barbados. We are at the 4 Square Oval today. 2 other games going on today as well, Yardy.
Yes, down in the city at Wanderers. But it is going to be Ridge to continue. Struck on the pad as the batsman comes across the stump. That's Nakvi. And there's no addition to the total. So Stewart proving why he's this fit. He's in his 5th over. And he steams in to bowl to Nakvi. And Nakvi comes forward, struck on the pad. Delivery seemed to be angling down the leg side. So he has a very vocal camp. There's Rich. And the captain continues to give him his support. And the repair job in effect for the USA. So nice competition building. As Rich goes in to bowl to Nakvi, passes the umpire and bowls the division, keeps it a little bit low. Work through mid wicket. They take 1. That's all they will be. And they'll think about 2.
What?
And Nakvi played it with soft hands, and he ran the same way he played the shot with soft hands. He ran softly, so he only got 1. So with that single, he's up to 9 and is 16 for loss of 2.
You think they'll run themselves in trouble if they keep running, robbing themselves of the value of the shots that they're playing?
Maybe they're just waiting for the slower stuff. I think there's a game plan in effect.
Well,
The question is, what's the plan? You can send us a WhatsApp. Channel 9 has joined us. So, Ridge, in the middle of a good spell, comes into bowl to Barlinge, and Barlinge to this delivery stretching forward, and this seems to be the plan, just to get onto the front foot. But needs to pick the gap. And he looks good when he gets onto the front foot. What I think about it is that he's getting on the front foot before the ball comes out the bowler's hands, which is not a good sign to a good fast bowler. But we'll see if Rich has any answer to that. He starts and goes past the umpire just about no. The ball to Barlinge. Barlinge is forward and digs out a Yorker, plays it to mid-wicket. There is no run. The USA is 16 for loss of 2.
they must have a plan, like you said already. What is that plan? We'll have to wait and see. But they would need to be rotating this straight.
As Ridge moves in to bowl to Barlinge. Barlinge is forward, plays it on the offside with an angled face to the bat. There is no run. The end of yet another good over sent down by the Australians. Stuart Ridge, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4.
Whoa.
In search of 259 for victory. The USA, they are 16 for 2 with 9 overs done and dusted.
I tell you, it's problems here. It looks like problems for the Americans if they maintain this space. Somebody has to put up their hand and say, let's start to rotate, pick up these 2s, 3s, and start to transfer the pressure back onto the Australians.
As I look to my left, the camp doesn't seem worried at all. So there definitely is a plan. I think the plan is just about all.
Batting all and not collecting these singles is going to create some problems there.
Well, it's back to DeMello, who's in, and his first delivery is pitched up. And the batsman, Nat V, with both feet together, plays it with soft hands, and there is no run. So we're in over number 10. The score is 16. The target, 259.
A very aggressive field
as the mellow is into bowl to Nakvi, and Nakvi gets a Yorker, looks to turn it into the leg side. The ball hits the bottom portion of the bat and comes with the offside. There's no run. 16 for 2. The target 259, the time 158.
Two slips, a gully, a point, a straightish mid wicket.
The mellow in a wonderful spell moves into bowls to Nakvi, and this delivery Nakvi is driving in the ear. Straightish of mid wicket will get a single. So this is I think the area that they've suffered most, the USA. They have not rotated the strike.
Agreed.
And maybe that will help to transfer the pressure. So that's a very important single. Run number 17 to the USA. In 9.3 overs, the target 259 is now 159. The time in Barbados. As the mellow is in, and there is Barlingue
well left.
in 2 minds. Well left in the end. But he's not looking to get forward, not looking to go back. Just looking to play the ball very, very late. Had to score in boundaries last over of the mellow. And the field very strong on the offside. Just a 6-3 field. The mellow moves into bowl to Barlingue, and Barlingue is long forward to a full toss on the line of the leg stump. So not prepared to extend his arm, not prepared to take any chances, just looking to defend his stumps. So it's a game of defense for the USA. They're 17 for 2. And if they continue to defend, they're not going to get 259 today, no tomorrow.
A game of defensive playing.
Well, I guess the first order of business is not to lose any more wicket on the back foot. He slashes and finds the fielder
Well
at
fielded.
the gully position, knocked down. And there is no run. The end of another good over. 10 overs done and dusted. And the USA is seeking 259 for victory. They're 17 for 2 in a game of 45 overs.
Very interesting here to see when does the USA decide to press the gas. It has to be some type of plan to take it over the line instead of submitting to letting the Australians do as they like, for lack of a better expression, out in the middle, Yardy.
Well, we're going to have a bowling change. And I'm going to tell you, it is going to be Steve Moore who's going to take it up with number 32 on his bat. So maybe we'll see a change of gear from the USA side as well.
Well, they're struggling at the moment to get over gear.
Woody Richards just makes his way back in. And he will come a call in next couple overs. 10 overs done and dusted, 17 for 2. And here is Moore with a very short run up. He's in the bowl, medium pace, outside in the off stump. And there's a swing and a miss by Nakvi. They should have done better with that. And this is what happens when you get into a defensive mode.
Hard to get out of.
Struggle to put away bad balls. So he started with a loosener, got away with it.
Well, this is a more favorable pace here now for side.
You say favorable, I say friendlier. Here is Moore on the way into bowls and Nakvi goes past the umpire. Nakvi is getting delivery down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. So another sundry goes into the book. 18 for 2 in over number 11. The target, 259.
A big ance.
If the USA are going to win their first game of the tournament, what are the odds?
600 to 1.
Here is Moore on the way into bowls and Nakvi goes past the umpire. Nakvi is playing onto the back foot, forces the ball back up on the onside. Knocked down by the fielder at the mid-on position. There is no run. So if you're just joining us, Australia in total control. They amassed 258 for 6 off their 45 overs. Moore is into bowls and Nakvi, and Nakvi is slashing it between the cover and the point. They will take 1, and that's all they will get.
I don't think that they're robbing themselves of these extra runs, Yardy. Runs that we saw the Australians when they batted, they're returning these into 2.
I think you have to consider the fact that at 60 years plus to come out the cold and go into the sun and rumble is not an easy thing. As this delivery is played down to the fielder at the gully position, there's no run.
Yeah, might be. Might be.
And what news will it be carrying?
Well, we have to wait and see. Boys in trouble. Send the red stripes.
Well,
Send the stripes.
here's more about the company. His first over goes into bowl to Barlingue. Barlingue
Oh,
is
that's
getting delivery down the leg side. The bails have been quickly whipped off by the keeper, who is Orlando, who had a good game with the bat. Pulls the bails off quickly. Wide signal by the umpire. Another sundry goes in the book. So it's labor time here at the 4th grade oval in the process of over number 11, 21 for 2. The USA. More. With 2 innocuous delivery, last 2 deliveries, and this delivery is pitched up. And there is Barlingue, as he's done majority of his innings. He's long forward before the ball is delivered. Just looking to defend his stumps. So usually in Barbados with a batsman batting this, you don't get him out, you just bowl at him.
Satisfied.
Okay.
Very satisfied.
Which means you'll be in the driver's seat when the game is finished. Here's more. Comes into bowl to Barlingue. Barlingue is forward with an open face. He guides the ball into the offside. And once again, there's no run.
Right. This cannot be. I do not believe, Yara, that this would have been the game plan when the Americans sat in the games room.
At the
changing room.
moment, it's all about survival. 21 for 2. Moore is into bowl to Barlingue. And he's onto the back foot and slashes it. An educated edge. Pass first slip. Will go close to the boundary. They've gone for 1. They're going to turn and come back for 2. No thoughts of the 3rd run. So 2 runs to the United States. And their total is now 23 for the loss of 2. That concludes over number 11. So a little bit of urgency there to come back for that 2nd run.
Indeed. You saw Surrey getting on the back foot there and getting the outer part of the bat. Running down to 3rd man and collecting 2 valuable runs. They'll need to rotate the strike a bit more if they want to stay in contention for this victory that they so desperately need.
So as I speak to you, Mimi's phone is going off. She's receiving a call from the Australia Prime Minister. 23 for the loss of 2. This is over number 12 of the over 60s Big Man Cricket Carbine Cup, as this delivery from DeMello is driven up through mid wicket. They will get 1 as Natvi labors down the wicket for 1. Attempts for 2. The return comes in to the wrong end. And interesting that Barlingue was looking for a 2nd run.
It's true. I just got a WhatsApp call there where they're telling us not to worry that Natvi is going to go into 2nd gear very quick, already.
Well, I'll be very interested if he has a 2nd gear. Seems stuck in his 1st gear, 24 for 2.
See, he's a big hit of the ball.
DeMello goes past the umpire and bowl, which the batsman steers a full toss past the 2nd slip position, or wider 2nd slip position, and they will get 1. I say wider 2nd slip. I think there's a gap between the 2nd slip, so say a 3rd slip. So there's a 1st slip and a 3rd slip. Now he's coming to a more convention. I think he's still a slip and a half out. So say a 1st slip and between 2nd and 3rd slip. He's not quite a 2nd slip. And now they're going to tighten that area and bring the gully in. 25 for the loss of 2. Over number 12 in progress. DeMello is in, and the batsman slashes off the back foot and finds the fielder. Can't score. So it's all Australia at the moment.
Both morning and afternoon.
Yes, both the morning session and the afternoon session.
That they are practice.
The USA yet to hit their straps as Natvi waits on DeMello, who's into him, and Natvi's across his stump. Looks good, but don't score. Plays the ball to short mid wicket. There is no run. So you'll take that all day.
If you're Australian, I'm very happy with what you're saying. Now, if you're American, I think you'd be a bit worried. At what time do the guys start to go after these runs?
Well, maybe they're just waiting. Maybe the plan is just to see DeMello off. And here he is on the way into bowl to Natvi, and Natvi goes for an expansive shot. Beautifully bowled. The ball whistles past the bat, taken cleanly by Orlando behind the stumps. So clearly, the batsman has seemed to forget the plan suddenly.
I'm telling you. The problem with that plan is that when you get the rush to go after, it can cost you a wicket.
Well, DeMello moves into bowl to Natvi, and Natvi goes back to the normal plan. and plays the ball straight to the fielder and does not score. So over number 12 comes to an end in search of a massive 259 for victory after Australia made 258 for 6 off their 45 overs, led by Officer 73. The USA seeking win number 1 for 2023. They're 25 for 2 after 12.
Remember that this tournament is brought to you compliments of Blue Waters, BTMI, Beijing Vending, and Atlantic Marketing. We take this time to say thank you very much to the sponsors for coming on board.
And it's going to be Steve Moore with a West Indian name. Steve Moore. Say good afternoon to Anthony Morris, the local big man they call him.
But this is the big man cricket over 60s.
And he's a local big man. Here's Moore moves in, and there's the batsman coming forward. That's Barlinge. There's no run. And judging from what you've seen so far, Ellie Bots, what do you think is Barlinge's favorite shot?
Playing forward.
So, Moore looks for his first wicket into bowl to Barlinge. Barlinge
What
hits
a shot!
Beautiful
A big man
shot. Oh, superb shot.
I told
He
you that
picked it
people
up
said-
and dragged it through the mid-wicket region, and it's gone all the way for a massive 6. And that was not part of the script. Did you see that coming?
No, I did not. That surprised me. That surprised me. I already. But like I said, someone.
He has 2 other boundaries and 2 fours, and he's now up to 17. A total of 31 for loss of 2 and over number 13.
A real big man shot.
And I think it was a shot on, given the fact that Moore he's not fast. He's military medium, we'll call him.
Favorable pace. Friendly pace.
And he comes in and bowls a delivery outside, and they also played on the offside. There is no run. They said he was in the army. Yes, he was in. So I got it right. Military medium. Yeah, it's what you bowl in the army, military medium. So I got it right. 31 for loss of 2.
I don't think Moore will be very happy with that shot.
He's into bowl to Barlinge, and Barlinge is stretching forward. And there is no run, so a good comeback here by Moore. His captain would not have been pleased that he was hit for the first 6 of the innings. And you think that the US are now going into another gear, going to overdrive?
In the words of you, in your words, we'll have to assess a bit more.
As Moore moves into bowl to Barlinge, and Barlinge is long forward.
He was on.
There is no run.
He was on the front foot even before Moore got to the crease.
Yeah.
Wow.
The important thing is that he's still at the crease. 17 from 23 deliveries, 2 4s and 1 6. With him is Nakvi, who has 7 from 37 deliveries.
Whoa.
More on the way into bowl to Barlinge. Barlinge, his delivery is going back as stylishly plays the ball to the fielder at the gully position. There is no run. That concludes over number 13. The USA 31 for loss of 2. The target 259.
Well, I can tell you, we got a glimpse just now from the batsman of what he can do. I think now he has to give us some more of that if they want to get up even get close to these runs. So it's going to be very interesting, like I keep saying, very interesting at what time they press the gas pedal here, Yardy. It's going to be very interesting.
Well, as I said, the camp doesn't seem too concerned. It's all about, I think the first order of business is to bat the third. If you bat the 45 overs, you have a chance of winning the game and don't lose wickets. At some point in time, they'll have to change the approach, and it's going to be Nakvi on strike. DeMello still with the ball in the hand. One wonders if he brought this ball over from Australia. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. He's in. And delivery cut and caught. Oh, magnificently taken. Lovely catch taken there by number 80, by Higgins. Yes, the skipper takes a blinder as there is Nakvi punching it off the back foot. Didn't have any power behind it and snatched out of the air by the skipper Eric Higgins. And just when you thought that the USA were going to overdrive, now they've taken a nosedive, 31 for 3.
You're running out of gas. Gotta make a stop. gotta put in some gas to go again now, Yardy. Just as they were about to move off, realizing that they did not have enough gas in the tank for this trip.
Well, it looks like the captain Copeland is going to go to the crease.
Takes a look up above.
He looks up above.
Asking for guidance, you think?
I think he's looking for eternal help. Usually batsmen do that to get their eyes adjusted. At 31 for 3, I think he's doing that to get his eyes adjusted and ask the Lord for some help as well. So, the innings of Natvi comes to an end. Wayne Copeland replaces him. And I suspect that at this stage, the Australians are going to go in for the kill.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see. I don't know what will be. What do you think is even the mindset of Copeland going out there? His team in a spot of butter. They're scoring slow. A lot of runs are on the board. His mind must be racing.
Well, if I can read his body language from his walk to the crease, it doesn't suggest goodness at all. He has a languid walk to the crease. His head is buried into the ground. And I'm sure he would have assessed the situation. Time to assess and reassess. And he's left-handed. Can you pull up his stats for me, please? I think his stats are very much available. I'll get them for you. And see. He takes guard from the umpire. And he will face it right away to DeMello, who's picked up his 3rd wicket. So DeMello with his tail up. A diminutive man. His 1st wicket, 2 wickets to Ridge, so it seems to be Robin Ridge. As usual, Mimi is very much on point. This is the reason she was the #1 scorer in this tournament. And Copeland to face his first ball. Here's DeMello, moves into bowl to Copeland. Copeland is across his stump, tucks the ball into the leg side, and there is no run. So, Copeland with a slip in position. And Gully go down as the Mellows into both the left-handed Copeland. Copeland is flashed outside the layoff stump. The bills have been picked. At least the intention from Copeland is good because he's looking to get back onto the ball. Doesn't make contact with the second delivery. And the United States remains 31 for loss of 3. In the course of over number 14. So Orlando repairs the stumps, having broken them. DeMello looks for wicket number 2. He starts in from the Hopefield end, goes past the umpire and bowls to Copeland. Copeland is working the ball into the mid-wicket region. Goes for a quick single. And they have to get back. So, interesting, all of a sudden the captain has come to the crease and Barlingia looks like a 100-meter runner.
I can tell you. I guess he's more confident. I guess, with the captain.
Well, we see how confident he is.
Back right away, though.
31 for 3. Copeland waits on DeMello and is driving straight to the field at the mid-off. A short mid-off position. Can't score. So, a very woody sound from that bat.
A hollow.
Sounds like that bat could be used for something else other than cricket.
We have a lot of bad fruits.
31 for loss of 3. Copeland waits on DeMello, who's into him, and he's driving. Copeland is jogging. They're going to turn and come back for 2. The return comes in, and he makes it. So a belated decision to go for 2. But fortune favors the brave, and at the end of over number 14, the USA are all threes. 33 for 3. Chasing 259.
I'm lost at the plan of the USA. They know that the outfield, it is not as fast. You saw it all morning, and yet he played the shot and he stood there and watched the ball and then had to rush to get the 2. Cannot be the plan if you're chasing 250 high for victory.
Well, at least the scores begin to move. 33 for 3. This is over number 15, so Final over of my stint. So Copeland. And it's going to be more to continue. And he's in with his first delivery, and Barlinge is stretching forward. Wants a single to short, backward square. Can't get a short fine leg actually. Can't get it. There's no run.
33 for 3. They're about to
Over number 15.
over them 15 million
So,
bulls.
so if the current rate is 2, what do you think is the asking rate?
all.
Here is more on the way, and Barlinge is forward. Plays out a Yorker back on the offside. Looks good. Barlinge.
I think he's come alive now that he's playing with the captain. I think he's trying to keep his play.
Well, he has 2 4s and a 6. 33 for 3. Over number 15. Moore is in. A delivery. Moore is dragging it through mid wicket. This could go close to the boundary. And might just pull up inside the boundary. It gets across the road for 4. So, 4 runs to Barlinge. And Huggins, the captain, unable to pull that one back. And with that boundary, USA motoring on. 37 for 3.
The team. For a longing for coming now in the 15th over. Is it too late? That is the question I believe everyone will be asking around the ground.
Barlinge with his third 4. Waits on Moore. And this delivery, he is across his stump. Plays it stylishly. There's no run.
Barlinge looks a different batsman now that the captain has come to the crease, Yardy.
Well, maybe he and the captain has an understanding. And of course, you're listening to live coverage of the over 60s Big Man Caribbean Cup being played here. This game in particular at the 4 square ground. The is tucked away into the leg side and it goes through the fielder at short fine leg. Made a meal of it, trying to play some football. And,
Team, who do you back, Yardy?
if it is basketball, the Los Angeles Lakers. If it is football, Argentina. If it's football, it's Messi. And that's basically it. If it's England Premier League, Everton.
Everton.
Yeah.
And how you guys doing in the EPL?
We're just about tottering. But it's early days yet.
Early days.
So Copeland is on strike. 38 is a field adjustment for the left-hander. Are they still going to go with a 6-3? A slip in the gully, go down. Backward point cover mid-off. Extra cover as well. And Copeland allowed the outside of the off something to go by. He picked up the line and allowed it to go by. And there is no run. The end of over number 15. The end of my stint. 38 for the loss of 3. The USA in response to a total of 258 for victory. After more from Ellie Box, your next commentator will be Adriel Woody Richards.
Yep, 38 for 3. We're about to take a Blue Waters break now. So we'll be back with you guys in about 5 minutes or so. Well, welcome back to the cricket here. The big man cricket over 60s. Australia versus USA. Brought to you proud sponsors of Blue Waters, Bajan Vending, Atlantic Marketing, and BTMI. USA chasing 259 to win. They are 38 for 3. And the man with the ball in hand, none other than DeMilo. He's bowling up to Surrey. Copeland, sorry. Bowling up to Copeland. 2 men out in the middle for USA. You have Copeland and Barlingay. Barlingay on strike, Copeland at the non-strikers end. So DeMilo, in he comes to both of Barlingay. Barlingay is forward, plays it back on the pitch. There's no run. 38 for 3 it will remain. We're in the 16th over. USA, they require 259 for victory. Can they get it? I think that's the question that's buzzing around the ground with this start. In comes the middle to Barlingay, whips this one into the leg side and gives chase. Will it run into the boundary? Yes, it does. So it runs into the leg side boundary for 4 right about now. So Barlingay 42 for 3 now the score. 42 for 3 in over number 16.
Well, they're gonna have need a lot more like that to be able to make a challenge. Or at least, as I always say, I don't think with the Australians having made 258 for 6. And looking at it, I don't know that they will be able to then maybe perhaps overhaul the score. But at least you want to look respectable.
Indeed. In comes the middle once more, passes the umpire to ball up to Barlingay. Barlingay's back, and he was in between two minds. He went forward, then he came back. It looked like he wanted to left it for a bit, then he eventually pushing the bat at it, and onto the offside it went, and there is no run. 42 for 3. Barlingay, he is on 26 off of 33 deliveries, and we in Copeland 2 off 6. In comes the middle to Barlingay. Barlingay getting a wideish kind of delivery, kind of implying that it was wider than usual. Umpire not agreeing. 42 for 3. The score here at the 4 square oval.
You were kind of suggesting Barlingay wasn't scoring quickly, but he's the only one in double figures.
in comes the middle once more to Barlingay, and Barlingay's played this into the offside, and he wasn't scoring at first, to be quite honest with you, Woody, but he got a couple of boundaries, and I believe now he's beginning to shift into that second gear, and USA would want him to do so.
Yeah, but like Officer in the Australian innings, you also want someone that's at the other end who's going to be able to give you that kind of support, not just in terms of stability, in terms of batting long, but you also want someone who is going to be there who will also turn the score over as well too. And not necessarily you suggest that someone's going to play a blinder, but you just want to be able to they can rotate the strike, get the tools, get every now and again punctuate the periods of attrition with boundaries. That's what you want.
More. In he comes. Passes the umpire. He's bowling up to Copeland. And Copeland gets a foolish delivery that he plays back down the pitch. Moore does his own fielding. Score remain on 42 for 3. Can you find that in his captain, Copeland? I'm wondering if that would be his line of thought. Can I get the captain to assist me here? Moore comes in again to bowl up to Copeland. Copeland is forward and plays it into the offside, and there's no run. So the first 2 balls of the 17th over are 2 dot balls.
Copeland probably need to just again rotate the strike, clip the ball away, get a single.
In comes Moore once more to bowl up to Copeland. Copeland showing signs of aggression, showing that if he's going to be there, he's going to go after it. may not be there for a long time, but in the short interim, looking to get after this more friendly pace from Moore. In comes Moore once more to bowl up to Copeland. And he's playing this down wrong, saying yes, load. Yes, and they'll come through for a single, a good single. And I think that this is what the USA needs to do. Show some type of urgency out there if they're going to overhaul this 259. It's a mammoth score, Woody.
And again, all they needed to do is just see how the Australians went about their business when they batted. It wasn't always about playing the big shots. It was about hitting the balls in the gaps, getting the ones, the twos. Yes, they had someone like Officer who could play the big shots. And also Richardson came in and played a few, and so too was it Reston? He also came in and played a few towards the end. But, you know, it was good rotation of the strike.
In comes Moore to bowl up top. Barlingham. Barlingham gets the inner part, a big, healthy inside edge, and it goes out to the man at backward square.
Sorry, I mean Hoisted. Sorry.
Hoisted. Yeah, but he did play, like I said, he played a fantastic innings on Monday as well.
And
when they
Orlando
came
as
up-
well, too,
When they
played.
came up against England. So these guys showing that, you know, they still have it. In comes Moore to bowl up to Barnegate, who's swinging at this one step appeal. Actually, is it bowled? Caught behind. That was a fantastic take by Orlando.
Yeah, swinging across the line,
He was
and
bold. He was bold. Ah.
I'm sure he's bold. I thought he, yeah, yeah. It seems as though he was bold indeed. Looking to swing into the leg side, missed completely, and lost his wicket. But another setback for the Americans. They wouldn't have wanted that. They wanted Barlingham maybe to stay there for a little while longer, and perhaps continuing the kind of the vein that he had started to find himself in. But unfortunately, he's gone for 26.
Well, that was the had. Well, guys, 43 for 4. You think that the? Do you think that the Americans are worried at this moment already? Think anything that they should be concerned about?
I don't think they'll be worried. I think they just, I don't think that when they look at it, they'll probably think that they have the resources to maybe fight and push to get the 258. But I think what they would want to be able to do is to play competitively enough to say, we had a good day out, you know. And for them, maybe just getting up to 125, or at least getting half the score of the Australians would be a good enough target at this stage. I remember there's a time where you had to score in one day cricket if you scored 1.25 or something. But if your opponent, you know, you get a bonus point. I don't think they're playing that in this competition, but they're saying these are little things that you can do as a team to give yourself that level of confidence.
7P for LBW. We just saw the mellow striking the pads of Copeland. 7P for LBW, and the umpire is saying no, not out. 43 for 4 will remain. The new batsman going out to the middle is Kumar Patel at the non-striker's end in the broad rim hat. DeMello, in he comes, passes the umpire to bowl a couple on the captain. Captain is punching this one nicely in the cover region, and I think he's learned his lesson. He's coming back this time for 2. Do they discuss 3? I think no, a very spirited throw from the man out in the deep. 45 for 4. $45 for 4. We're in over number 18. This is the over 60s big man cricket being played here in Barbados. In comes the mellow. The ball Colin is struck on the pad. Umpire says no, it's hit on the tight pad. They'll come for 1 and discussing 2. They're coming back. No, they do not. They decide not to. And they'll keep the 1 more added to the score. 46 for 4. 46 for 4. It brings Kumar Patel on strike. First of the afternoon for him. In comes the middle once more. To Water Patel. Patel. It's struck on the pad. Umpire said that. So playing all around. And I think even Woody was going up in the air. Had to quell his excitement here in the commentary booth.
And then remember we were here at Whitish long on. Well, for him, we're left-hander batting. In this instance, we are here at fine leg.
And you can tell.
And you can tell because once you walk across, there's certain things in cricket that you when you watch cricket for a number of years and you see certain things you will have an idea. So once he walked across and you saw it was full, you know that was going to be the story.
Well, as you know, in Beijing, we say you do like that, the dog dead.
That's right, dog dead. So that's not hard to work out.
Can't. 46 for 5. We're still in over number 18. If you're just tuning in with us, ladies and gentlemen, it's the USA up against Australia. Australia won the toss and elected to bat first, posted a score of 258. USA, they're trying their best to get up to that score of 259 for victory. They're 46 for 5 in 17.4 overs. Can they get up there? Can they even get half of it? We will just have to wait and see. They'll have to consolidate and go again. Do they get up there? What will be the finishing score here for USA? We'll have to wait and see. The new batsman there, he's the number 72 jersey. All right. No. Savapil Adam G. Haroon. That is the new batsman. And at the end of over number 18, chasing 259 for victory. They're 46 for the loss of 5. Well, Moore back into the attack. Stephen Moore. In he comes, passes the umpire to ball up to the captain of the USA, Copeland. Copeland gets a foolish delivery that deceived him for a bit. It was like almost a push and pull type of delivery. It was in the air for a long time, and Copeland, he tried to get to the pitch of it and almost played right over it. In the end, though, no harm, no foul, as we say here in Barbados, and he keeps his wicket intact. In comes Moore once more, passes the umpire to Border Caller, and Cortland swinging at this one. High in the air with the can be taken. No! It looks like Alan Bagor there. Alan Bogor there went into the air. Alan gave J.S. tried his best to get under it, couldn't do so. And one more added to the score. So one more to Copeland, one more to the score. 46 for 5. It brings Adam G. Haroon on strike. Ball with Moore. In he comes, passes the umpire to ball up to Haroon. Haroon gets a foolish delivery. He went forward and he came back, played it off the crease, and there is no run. Australia with a field. First slip, a gully, a point, a cover, a mid on, a mid off, mid wicket, square leg, and a man at backward square leg. That's the field employed by the Aussies. In comes more once more to pass the ball up to Adam G. Adam G works this around the corner. They'll come for one. Can they get back for two? No, they do not. They decide against it. So one added to the score. 48-45. 48-45. Remember that we are watching the over 60s big man championship right here in Barbados, brought to you with the proud sponsors of Blue Waters, BTMI, Beer Junk Vending, and Atlantic Marketing. In comes more once more. The ball up to Copeland. Copeland works this one nicely off the pads into the leg side, and they'll come for one, looking for two. Copeland looking for two, and Adam G isn't interested today nor tomorrow. And all they will have is 149 for the loss of 5. Just one short of that first milestone for the Americans. As more, in he comes, passes the umpire to ball up to Haroon. Haroon gets a foolish delivery, struck on the pad, umpire said that's out. So Haroon goes. Australia making some deep inroads into this American batsmanship, and they're in all types of problems here. This batting lineup being taken apart by the Aussies. 49 for 6. 49 for 6.
And trouble here for the Americans, losing another wicket, and well, they just continue to fall away here. And in the end, I think this would not be another very easy victory for the Americans, for the Australians, as they put a big total, and scoreboard pressure now telling on the Americans. Not only the scoreboard pressure, but also the disciplined bowling of the Australians. As I said earlier in the commentary, these guys well drilled. They understand what they have to do. They're well drilled. They're well oiled, and they're putting together a very decent game here and making it a very difficult task for the American Masters to even get close to that 258, let alone even get close to even half of those runs. So, as I said, when you play as a sport, there are certain little targets you will set yourself. You may want to maybe get in a situation like this, maybe at least get half the runs, or maybe you may set yourself at this level. You may want to set yourself trying to get at least 200 runs and stuff like that. That doesn't seem as going to be on the cards today for the American Masters, unless they're able to achieve something really spectacular here.
Sam Davis into the attack, and he comes, passes the umpire, the ball to Cortland. Cortland looking to swing. This one in the leg side, made no connection, a wide signal now by the umpire. So that signal brings up the 50, the signal of a wide. 50 for 6. We're over number 19, being bowled by Sam Davis from the Vasport Great Sing. In comes Davis. The ball to Copeland. Gets a foolish delivery. And he's content to play into the leg side. And they'll come for one. Just a gentle push from Copeland. Do they just want to bat out the overs? Do they want to try to press for it later on? I'm not sure what the mindset of the American captain is at this moment. What I can tell you is that he's pushing around for the singles at the moment. Does he press the accelerator later on? You'll have to wait and see. 51 for 6, though, the latest score here at the 4-square oval. Sam Davis, ball back with him. In he comes once more from the Vasport Dread Saints to ball up to the batsman who's guiding this one nicely. That's Chadasik. Chandrasekharan. And they'll come for two. So two more added to the score, 53 for 6.
And again, as I said to you,
Chandrasekharan. Can't call it fast. Have to take your time and call it.
or just call it Chandra. It's simple. No, sometimes when you got all these, in the old days when we had Muir Litherland, people just call him Murley.
Really. So this one, on a good line in life, he is contented to let this one go by. And there is no run. So I'll take your advice with you and call him Chandra. And he comes to Chandra and Chandra's forward and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. 53 for 6. They're chasing 200. Yes, you heard me. 259 for victory. I don't know how successful they would be. As I can see, he's confident that they'll get there. I'm not so sure. And he comes again. The ball to Chandra, and Chandra's forward plays it into the offside, and there is no run. 53 for 6.
But as I was saying before, I know you just stepped away, so you missed my comment. I was just saying that, sometimes you set yourselves little targets if you're in a situation like this.
In comes David, the ball to Chandra, and Chandra's forward again, plays it into the offside again, and at the end of the 20th over, 53 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, so as I say, you set yourself little targets. So for example, they would have said, all right, we may not get us 258, but let's try to at least make 129, which is half the runs. We may not, we may say, or they may start off say, or let's try to get close to 200. So you set yourself little targets, and if you're not going to be able to do that, if you lose some early wickets, 2 or 3 wickets early, you just say, let's try to battle the overs. That's what we tell our more professional players, that simple things like that. You look to do sometimes you just work on your processes along the way. And that's always important. So it's going to be more to continue. Bowling from the Arthur Bethel end, and this is a full toss, and Copeland drives out towards mid-off for a single. That will now take him up to 7, and the total up to 54 for 6 in the 21st over. In the 21st over, and Moore's bowling. Copeland is there at the crease along with Chandrasekharan, who is now in strike. He's coming onto the front foot, being wrapped on the pad. Appeal coming from behind the stance from Orlando, but not what says the umpire, and the score kept at 54 for 6. So not a very healthy position for the American Masters, as more bowls and delivery, giving it some ear, gentle medium pace, and Chandrasekharan was showing that he's looking to bat long. That's what he's shown. He so far just played up and down the pitch. As more bowls to him now, that's one down the leg side. Appeal for a leg before decision may have just come off the bat, and umpire signaling that it was going down the leg side. And also saw the keeper skipping to his left. And no run. Another aircraft takes off from Grantley Adams International. Looks like an Air Canada, perhaps. As this delivery, Chandrasekharan comes onto the front foot and plays defensively, and there is no run. Or it may just be JetBlue heading off to a neighboring Caribbean island to pick up more passengers before it heads back to north. As Moore turns and starts in again. Bowls to Chandrasekharan, who's coming onto the front foot and playing defensively into the onside. No run, the end of the over. And at the end of the over, it's 54 for 6.
Yes, please. 54 for 6. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that you're watching the big man competition right here in Barbados. Brought to you with pro sponsors Blue Waters, BTMI, B-Engine Vending, and Atlantic Marketing. Take this time to say thank you. We do hope that you would come back again. We have some other games for you, Woody, that going on at the moment. Don't have BNOC and at Wanderers as well. Let me just pull up those. Right, so down at BNOC, we have the Invitation 11 versus England, and over at Wanderers, West Indies versus rest of the world.
As Davis bowls on line of the off stump, played defensively into the offside, and there's no run. 54 for 6. It is in over number 22. As Davis bowling from the Vasper Drake's end, bowling over the wicket. He's bowling to a backward point. There's a cover, extra cover mid off as he's in on line the leg. That was swung away by Copeland down to deep backward square. But there's a fielder down there, and just a single.
That shows you how good the field setting is of Australia. Even when it's swung away, a man is in position. Guys bowling to his field. It may look like a loose delivery, but the protection is there.
Correct. Very much so. Well, I tell you that they're well drilled, the Australians. And as Alan told us earlier, they do play Masters cricket in Australia on a regular basis. So, this is probably a pretty well oiled unit that has come here and representing very well. Now, we have a very packed offside field. A slip, a backward point, cover, an extra cover mid-off. Those are the fielders on the offside, just 3 on the leg side. As Davis bowls to Chandrasekharan, who's back to a delivery of fullish length. Almost split it back onto his stumps, but fortunately for him, it bounced out into the onside. There's no run. He's got also a mid-on. There's a mid-wicket and a square leg. That's the field for Davis, bowling from the Vaspert Drake's end of 6, 7, 8 paces. Bowls and Chandrasekharan bowled him! Driving loosely at a fullish delivery and being bowled. So the American Masters lose their 7th wicket. Chandrasekharan bowled by Davis for 2. It's now 55 for 7 in over number 22.
So USA and all types of problems here. Waddy losing their 7th wicket for just 55 runs, and Chandra he seems like he does not even want to come off. Can't believe that he's surrendered his wicket so easily to the Australians. 55 for 7. USA, they're in a spot of bother, and that's putting it mildly right here at the 4 square oval. They're chasing 259 for victory.
Let's let me run through the scorecard for our viewers. Saeed Abid Nakvi was caught by Higgins off the bowling of Davis. Sorry, of DeMello. Sorry, he was caught by Higgins off the ball of DeMello for 7. Then Caracciolo was caught at gully off the ball of Short without scoring. Ravi Suri was bowled by Short for 2. Chandrakant Barningale, he was bowled by Stephen Moore for 26. Copeland is there now on 8. Kumar Patel was LBW to Sid DeMello for 3. Adam G. Haroon was LBW to Moore for 1. And now Chandrasekharan Tiramurti was being bowled by Sam Davis for 2. Michael Griffith is the new batsman. 6 extras in the innings, 1 leg by and 5 wides. That's 55 for 7 in over number 22. 2 balls remaining, and the over being bowled by Sam Davis. So I'll give you some bowling figures in a minute. As Griffith just pulls on his gloves comfortably. Short Ridge, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4. Sid DeMello, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. Moore, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22. Davis in his second over. He's in now, bowls to Griffith outside the line of the off stump. No shot offered, and the score kept at 55 for 7. So Davis is 1 over and 5 balls, no maidens, 1 for 5. So another ball as Davis bowls to Griffith, goes onto the front foot and pushes it into the offside. No run. The end of the over, a successful over for Sam Davis, in which he picked up the wicket of Barlingay, of Chandrasekhar Tiramurti, who was bowled for 2, and the American Masters, they're 55 for 7.
Well, I don't even know what would be the game plan from here on out. Like, I know you said earlier, Woody, you set yourself little achievements along the way. What would be the game plan now? Not to get bowled out. Back the remainder of the innings. What would be the game plan here? It very difficult because we've seen how many bowlers they've used.
At least not get beaten. Let's tell you what the game plan would be here. Not to get beaten by 200 runs. That's a simple. That's a lower bar. So they need only 4 more runs to avoid that. Not get beaten by 200 runs. So that's a very low bar for right now. And then they can then build from there. Then in maybe the next
Make 100.
make 100. And you just keep going, and then eventually, then you say, "All right, let's
So
try to get one."
adjustments is what you're telling me.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Just keep adjusting as you go.
That's what you have to do. That's what the game. That's what this is sport. You always adjust, and especially in cricket, that's what sometimes we find always unfortunate about our modern day cricketers here in the Caribbean. They don't often tend to adjust to circumstances.
Mike Riley, the new bowler.
Around the wicket, bowling to Copeland, who's coming onto the front foot and playing defensively back up along the pitch, to Riley, and the score kept at 55 for 7 after 22 overs. As Riley, in lovely sunshine, bowls to Copeland, who's forward then back and then leaving alone outside the off stump and into the gloves of the keeper, Orlando. It remains 55 for 7.
This guy's not afraid to give it any ear at all, Woody.
Here is Riley. This one giving some ear, and Copeland drives to whitish mid-off for a single. So he goes up now to 9, and the total up to 56 for 7. To just remind you that only one batsman so far in this USA Masters 11 has reached double figures, and that's Chandrasekhar Barlingay, or Chandra Barlingay. Let me just use that instead of giving him the full name, which may tie up my tongue. So 56 for 7 it is now.
I thought you were going to take your own advice
But I'm a bit stubborn. I will try to. I'm as an old hand at this. I'm trying to set the example for a young commentator like yourself.
no problem at all.
So that's why. So here is Riley bowling to Griffith,
lovely glove work.
and that will be a wide signal now by the umpire. That delivery down the leg side. So 7 the extras now. 57 for 7 the total. We're in over number 23 of the USA Masters response to the Australian total of 258 for 6. No chance of them getting the target of 259. Here is Griffith coming onto the front foot, looking to play into the offside. Got a bit of an inside edge. You could hear it from here. There were definitely 2 sounds appeal from the fielders around the bat, but you could definitely hear there was a bit of an inside edge onto the pad. And the appeal turned down by the umpire. It remains at 57 for 7. We're in an over number 23 as we watch Riley in again now. Gets us one a lot severe, and Griffith was shaping up to maybe hit that somewhere down here by us in the pavilion, but then had to wait on it, and in the end just played it defensively into the offside and no run. So it's kept at 57 for 7. 1 ball to go in over number 23 as Riley bowls now. And Griffith comes onto the front foot and plays defensively back up along the pitch. No run. The end of the over, at the end of it, it remains at 57 for 7.
I was just, as you were talking just now, my mind wandered to Monday's game, Woody, when Australia and West Indies collide. I think both teams, that's going to be a very good game. Both teams today scoring in excess of over 200 runs. And when the two meet on Monday, I can't help but imagine how that game will go. Where's that game? You know where that game is being played on Monday?
Haven't we given? You haven't been given that.
BNOC,
BNOC, just down the road from us here. And so,
Barbados National Oil Company recreational field.
so here is Davis and
Loud screamer, yes.
drives through cover.
Looking for
And
one.
they-
Taking about
they
two. They're
want
coming
to-
back. Yes, no, yes, no.
And they
Actually,
decide against the second run. So just the one run there for Copeland. So he's into double figures and only the second batsman in the USA Masters team to get it to double figures. So he's now 10 and the total up to 58 for 7 in over number 24.
so ready on Monday. That game is going to be at Barbados National Oil Company, West Indies versus Australia. A 9:30 start.
Looking forward to it. I'm sure as well too our viewers in Australia will also be looking forward to it as well.
A lot of coffee will be drank to keep up, stay up to watch that game.
Here's Davis in again, bowls to
Oh,
Griffith, who was beaten, playing back to delivery that just held its own, maybe just outside line the off stump and beating the outside edge, not taken cleanly by Orlando, but no harm done. It remains at 58 for 7. With over number 24. Slight adjustment to the field. Very strong offside, very packed offside field for
Indeed.
Davis.
and it has not been pierced as yet.
As he's in again now, balls to Griffith, who's beaten as he's playing for. Yes, he's got an outside edge and taken by Orlando behind the stumps. Coming onto the front foot, Griffith. Maybe just searching in the dark for that one. And the outside edge found. And Orlando holding a good catch behind the stump. So Griffith goes, caught by wicket keeper Orlando off the bowling of Davis without scoring. And the USA Masters slip further into the mire. They are 58 for 8 in the 24th over.
58 for 8. 58 for 8. America staring down, as what we would say in Barbados, staring down the gun nozzle. No recovery in sight, I can't say. And I think what they'll have to do is what he said, try to set themselves that small target now of at least reaching 100 or not being bowled out. We are still in over number 24 being bowled by Sam Davis from the Vasper Drake's end. Can they survive the next 23 overs? We have to wait and see. 21 overs, my apologies. New batsman in Zaya Ahmad.
Zia Ahmad.
Settles over his blade.
And waits for Davis, who's into him now. And he's forward and playing defensively. Back up along the pitch for the bowler to field. And there's no run. So,
Australia all tails in the air at the moment.
and all over the Americans at the moment.
Giving them a very harsh lesson here
Very
at
much
four
so.
square oval. And he comes again to bowl Ahmad. Ahmad is
Is playing into the leg side out towards a short fine leg, no run. Score remains at 58 for 8. We're in over number 24, being bowled by Sid Davis.
Star Spangled Banner being given a ruthless lesson by the Kangaroos.
As Davis bowls, and he shaped to play into the offside there, Ahmad, but in the end pulling out of the shot. As we come to the end of over number 24, and at the end of it, the Americans chasing 259 for victory are now 58 for 8. I'll give you a look at the bonus. I'll give you a look at the scorecard again. Saeed Abid Natvi was caught by Higgins off Mello for 7. Caracciolo was caught by Hoisted off Stewart without scoring. Ravi Suri was bowled by Ridge for 2. Barlingay was bowled by Moore for 26. Copeland is there not out on 10. Kumar Patel LBW to DeMello for 3. Then Haroon was LBW to Moore for 1. As pause as the start of a new over from Riley, and Copeland drives out towards extra cover, and where he gets a single, to take along to 11, and a total up to 59 for 8 in the 25th over. So 20 more overs to go after this one. Let's give you the scorecard. Chandrasekhar Tirumarti was bowled by Davis for 2, and Michael Griffith a short time ago caught by wicketkeeper Orlando off the bowling of Davis without scoring. Ahmed is the new batsman. He's on 1 not out. And Copeland is there on 11. And it's now 60 for 8.
59 for you.
There's an appeal and he's out LBW. So it's out LBW. 59 for 9 now. The United States Masters. Ahmed going LBW to Riley without scoring. And so the Australians on the verge of another victory, as we see Sankar Jayaram making his way out to the middle, as the Australians are now the Americans are now 9 wickets down and on the verge of losing this game in quite spectacular fashion. As I said, they don't want to be beaten. Well, they won't be beaten by 200 runs. Their decision would be 199, but still, that will be a comprehensive victory for the Australians.
Indeed. Well, you said set this up little milestones, Woody. So the first one was not to be beaten by 200 runs. They've passed that milestone. The next milestone will be to get to 100. Can they do it? Highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely with the last two. The captain is still there. Can he find a partner in Jayaram? Sakar Jayaram? Can you find a partner in him? We'll have to wait and see. The Australians now pressing hard to end this game in this over. They've now brought in a short backward square leg. A short man at gully. Cover is in tight as well. In comes to bowl to Riley, and Riley plays this one into the leg side, and there's no run. 59 for 9. Let's say good afternoon to Lyndon Yard. In comes to bowl a foolish delivery in the air. It was for a moment just in front of point, and they'll come for one, and they'll look at 20 side against it. 60 for 9. 60 for 9. We're in over number 25 being bowled by Mike Riley.
I'll give you the opportunity to do the final rites of this one.
Mike Riley, ball in hand, and he comes passes the umpire to bowl to Copeland. Copeland gets that one in the air. Oh, and put down that short mid wicket. There was Copeland. His eyes open up big, seeing that coming through the air, Woody, and looking to swing at this one and put down there at short mid wicket. Riley, and he comes once more to bowl to Copeland. This one with a lot less air given. Plays this one into the cover region for a single. So one more added. 61 for 9 at the end of 25. Chasing 259 for victory. America staring down the gun barrel, as Grant would say, in all types of problems here at the 4 Square Oval.
Yes, under pressure, and a very clinical performance today by the Australians.
Domination.
This has been complete domination of the American Masters, and they'll be looking to now wrap it up as quickly as possible. This will be their 3rd victory in the competition, and set themselves up for that big match in a big man over 60s cricket tournament competition next Monday, just down the road from where we are right now at the National Oil Company playing field.
One just touching down just about off stump. And Copeland leaves this one alone from Davis, Sam Davis. Turning at top of his mark now from the Vosper Drake's end. In he comes to bowl up to Copeland. And Copeland gets delivery. He's backing across and plays this one into the leg side. A little shuffle of the feet there by Copeland. Shows that he has that experience. Reason why he's wearing the armband as the captain for the USA. He has not found a partner in any of his colleagues and therefore left stranded. In he comes again, Davis to play. Davis, yes, to bowl to Copeland. And Copeland plays this into the offside and there's no run. 61 for 9. When over number 26. In comes Davis once more. Departs from his marker to bowl up to Copeland. And Copeland is back and plays it out to a backward point. And some stopping footwork there from the guy at, it looks like Riley. But the Australians, they would not be too worried about it. They require 259 for victory, and they're only a meager 62. If you're Australian, you'd be sitting back sipping on a cup of tea and they're enjoying the atmosphere. My friend to my right said, not tea, Ellie. At this day, we want some rum. In comes Davis once some more to bowl up to Copeland. And Copeland, I guess, wants stumping, is he? He looks like his foot was moving a bit there. And Orlando can't believe it. A white signal by the umpire. So one added to the score, 63 for 9. I believe it's just a matter of time now before this game is wrapped up. I don't believe they'll get 100. Highly unlikely that it will happen. Putting in a man now in the cover region. In the cover region, sorry. In he comes to bowl and works this one into the leg side. And they'll take a one. 63 for 9. 63 for 9 when over number 26. Did he signal white? It can't be a white. 64 for 9, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we're in Barbados in the southeastern part of St. Philip, just below the airport, and about 5 minutes drive from 6 Roads. And we're here at the Four Square Oval, which is right next to Earl Seal and Company. And if you enjoy rum, you would know they are the makers of, the manufacturers of the Old Brigand rum, which the Australians, well, you know, they'll be looking forward to a cup later on. The home of the Pickwick Club. And at the end of over number 26, the Americans, they're chasing 259 for victory. They're way behind on 65 for the loss of 9.
So just the final rights now to be completed here at the Four Square Oval as the Americans now continue to struggle, 65 for 9, and they'll want to see how long they can keep the Australians at bay. Can they frustrate them a little bit?
I have to wait and see. Ingalls Riley tossing this one in the air to Copeland. And Copeland looking to swing for the high heavens. A white signal by the umpire. So one added score push for 66.
Let me tell you another target they can try to get. They could get to over number 30.
Oh. You making this up as we go along, aren't you, Woody? In comes Riley to bowl to Copeland. Copeland pushing this one into the offside, and there is no run. Trying to keep the Australians in the field as long as they possibly can. The Americans, only a matter of time, one would suggest. In comes Riley again, tossing it to Copeland. Copeland is edging this one down to third man, and there is no run. 66 for 9. The latest score here at the Four Square Oval. If you're just tuning in, it's Australia versus USA, the over 60s big man tournament here in Barbados. And on the front foot comes Copeland, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. 66 for 9. We're in over number 27, being bowled by Mike Riley, who's bowled some 2.3 overs, no maidens, a 1 for 6. In he comes off of about 10 steps or so to bowl up to Copeland. And Copeland's back and cutting this one well into the offside. The man will give chase. Looks like Bagor on the offside. No, it's not actually. The man in the number 9 jersey for Australia, that's Peter Miller, would give chase, and they'll come for 2. It's Copeland, and the score will go up by 2 more to 68. 68 for 9. If you're tuning in, Australia won the toss, elected to bat, and they posted a mammoth total of 258 in their 45, as Riley gives a bit of ear to Steve Abiel, and the best that's out. And would you believe it? That is all that she wrote here at the 4 square oval. America being skilled for meager 68 in 26.4 overs. So just to give you a slight recap of today's game, Australia versus USA. Australia won the toss, elected to bat, and they posted a score of 258, asking the USA to get 259 for victory.
All right, so I could just run through the scorecard for our viewers, just so that you know what the scorecard looks like for the American side, being dismissed for 68 in 26 overs and 5 balls. And just let's run through it for you. Side Abid Nakvi, he was caught by Higgins off the mellow for 7. Gregory Caracciolo was caught by Hoisted off Stewart without scoring. A very good catch at Gully. Ravi Suri was bowled by Stewart for 2. Chandra Barlingay was bowled by Moore for 26. Wayne Copeland, the captain, you just saw him being dismissed. LBW to Riley for 16. Then Kumar Patel was LBW to DeMello for 3. Adam G. Haroon was LBW to Moore for 1. Chandra Sekaran Tiramurti was bowled by Davis for 2. Michael Griffith was caught wicketkeeper Orlando off the bowling of Davis without scoring. And Zia Ahmed was LBW to Riley without scoring, leaving Sankar Jayaram not out on 2. 9 extras, a leg by and 8 wides in a total of 68 all out from 26 overs and 5 balls. The bowling figures for the Australians: Stuart Ridge, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4. Excellent bowling figures. Couldn't have wanted it any better. Sid DeMello, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23, bowling his full complement. Stephen Moore, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22, very steady. Sam Davis, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 10, coming towards the end and hastening the end. And Mike Riley getting in on the action, 2 overs and 5 balls, no maidens, and he picked up 2 for 8. The wickets going down for the Americans at 2, 4, 31, 43, 46, 49, 55, 58, and 59. And so the Americans all out for 61, chasing 259. They lose by 197. The Australians won by 197 runs for their 3rd win in the tournament, and sets up an intriguing contest on Monday against the West Indies Masters, just down the road from where we are here at the 4 square oval. It'll be just down the road at the National Oil Company cricket ground in Woodburn, and we're looking forward to bringing it for you here. So that's where we end it. Well, I say end it in terms of the score. So there we have the. So there are the Americans gathering for a bit of a discussion at the end of the game. as they have been dismissed for 197. Sorry, they lose by 197, being dismissed for 61 here at Foursquare Oval. We will have the presentation ceremony for you in just a while, so please stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the presentation for this third round fixture in the over 60 Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup Challenge under the auspices of Cricket West Indies Masters Association. First of all, let me offer my congratulations to the winning side, Australia, and to the runners-up today, the USA. Without any further ado, I want to ask the second captain today, I'll put it decently, this is Wayne Copeland, to come forward and make his speech and presentation to his man of the match. Wayne?
Thank you, everyone. I want to say a special thanks to the Masters Cricket of Barbados for hosting us here, and Australia. You guys played very well, and appreciate that. I hope we all learned from your playing, your feeling, batting, and you guys really did a good job. So my boys, we have to focus and watch a team like this, very good team, and we should do better. Okay? The man of the match we have for today for Australia, this guy, I wish he could come and just do this. And his name is Officer. So he can help me. He can. Yeah. Oh, it looked like he did come with it to change me up.
I understand it's a bit hard for you blokes to get a side together at such a... Well, I know, obviously it's not your most favourite sport that's played in the USA, but at least you're here and having a go, and we appreciate that. So thanks for the effort they have you put in. Oh, you didn't make it easy for us. We were 2 or 3 for, not a lot, but our run rate kept going, and in the... Well done. Obviously, I'd like to thank the umpires for the day. The grounds here, we've played a couple of games here now and thoroughly enjoyed like this wicket. And then the groundsman, he puts everything into it, and he's done a great job for the ground here. You'll need to put a bit of water on it now. It's getting a bit dry, no doubt. The scorers makes a hell of a difference when you got the scorers and the blokes keeping the scoreboard going for us and everything happening. And the lunch was, we just love these lunches out here, so thanks very much for that. It's been great. And good luck in the rest of the tournament, men. All right.
Of course, this round of games will not be possible without our sponsors, so we want to thank the Blue Waters, distributed by Atlantic Marketing, Bajan Food, with the malt beverage that they provide during the course of this tournament, and of course, Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated. We want you to continue to enjoy what's left of a weekend. There's lots to do in Barbados, trust me. It's a long weekend, you got time off. Don't only enjoy the cricket, but enjoy the food, fun. There's plenty to see in Barbados. There's plenty of excitement and entertainment available in Barbados off the field. And it's about time that the Aussies move away from Pickwick. They're doing exceptionally well. So once again, I want to thank one and all, the scorers, the caterers who did a fantastic job, the commentators, the camera crew, of course the groundsman for a fantastic venue, of course the host team Pickwick, the home club Pickwick for hosting us here at the Foursquare Rum Refinery, which is very much next door. So having enjoyed the victory over the USA, I'm sure we'll invite both teams to enjoy a lager, even at a little higher level. Once again, thank to our sponsors and wish both teams continued success in the round number 4, which begins on Monday in the Big Man Cricket Over 60s Caribbean Challenge Cricket under the auspices of Cricket West Indies Marketing Association. Once again, thank our sponsors, Blue Waters, distributed by Atlantic Marketing, Bajan Food, distributed by with their malt beverage, and Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporation. Thanks to the entire team and all of you. Of course, we can't forget our visiting spectators and those of you who made this game a wonderful spectacle. Do enjoy, have a good evening, and God bless. Thank you.